Throughout history, few betrayals have shaken the criminal underworld like those committed by mafia informants. These insiders, once trusted members of powerful crime families, turned against their own to save themselves, exposing blood oaths, murders, and secret alliances. From Cosa Nostra defectors to cartel traitors and FBI moles, each story reveals a world where loyalty ends in betrayal, vengeance, and death. These are the 40 most disturbing mafia informants whose actions shattered entire empires and redefined the meaning of trust and treachery in organized crime history. In the secretive, blood-bound world of organized crime, loyalty was sacred until Joe Valachi shattered it. His name became infamous not for the crimes he committed, but for the secrets he revealed. In the early 1960s, Valachi broke the mafia's omerta, the sacred code of silence, and became the first insider to publicly expose the inner workings of the American mafia. His betrayal not only destroyed his own life, but permanently changed how the United States understood and fought organized crime. Joseph Valachi was born in 1904 in East Harlem, New York, to poor Italian immigrants. Like many young men of his generation, he was drawn to the streets, where quick money and reputation mattered more than morality. By the late 1920s, he had joined a small-time gang running bootleg alcohol and gambling operations during Prohibition. His rise through the underworld was steady but unremarkable, until he crossed paths with Vito Genovese, one of the most feared mob bosses in America. By the 1930s, Valachi had become a trusted soldier in the Genovese crime family. He was known for being cautious, disciplined, and loyal, a man who followed orders without question. But his world would soon collapse. In 1959, Valachi was arrested on narcotics charges and sentenced to 15 years in prison. Behind bars, paranoia and fear began to eat away at him. Rumors spread that the mob suspected him of being an informant, and in the twisted logic of the mafia, suspicion alone was often a death sentence. In 1962, Valachi's life changed forever. While imprisoned at the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary, he killed another inmate, believing him to be an assassin sent by Genovese to silence him. The murder earned Valachi a life sentence, but more importantly, it broke his mind. Convinced that his own family had turned against him, Valachi made a decision that no made man had ever dared before. He would talk. His cooperation with the U.S. government became one of the most significant turning points in American criminal justice history. Brought before the United States Senate in 1963, Valachi testified before the McClellan Committee in nationally televised hearings. For the first time, America heard the words Cosa Nostra, the name of the secret criminal organization that had ruled the underworld for decades. Valachi's testimony peeled back the veil of mystery that had long protected the mafia. He explained its structure, from the boss and underboss to the capos and soldiers. He detailed the initiation rituals, where blood oaths bound members to lifelong secrecy. He named names, exposed territories, and described murders that law enforcement never knew existed. Millions of Americans watched in fascination and horror as Valachi painted a portrait of a criminal empire hiding in plain sight. His revelations were explosive. For decades, the FBI had publicly denied that a national organized crime network even existed. J. Edgar Hoover, the Bureau's director, had been reluctant to acknowledge the mafia, preferring to focus on communists and bank robbers. But Valachi's testimony made denial impossible. Suddenly, the term La Cosa Nostra entered the American vocabulary, and law enforcement agencies across the nation began reorganizing to confront the newly acknowledged threat. Yet for all his fame, Joe Valachi's life after his testimony was one of isolation and fear. He was placed in protective custody, constantly moving between prisons to avoid assassination. The Mafia had marked him for death, and even within the walls of federal institutions there were whispers that the mob would eventually find him. Valachi spent his remaining years haunted by guilt and paranoia, knowing that his betrayal had saved his life but destroyed his soul. In 1971, he was found dead in his prison cell, reportedly of a heart attack, though rumors of suicide and foul play persisted. By the time he died, the Mafia's power had already begun to erode, thanks in large part to his confessions. Law enforcement now had the blueprint of organized crime's inner workings, and subsequent informants would follow in his footsteps. Valachi's story remains one of the most disturbing in Mafia history, not just because he broke the code, but because of what his betrayal represented. He showed that the Mafia, once seen as an unbreakable brotherhood, could fracture under fear, paranoia, and survival instinct. The man who had once sworn a blood oath of silence became the government's most valuable witness. In the decades that followed, countless mobsters would make the same choice Valachi did, turning informant to escape death or prison. But none would ever have the same impact. His testimony transformed the public's perception of organized crime and opened the door to major investigations, including the famous RICO Act prosecutions that dismantled entire families in the 1980s. Joe Valachi's name is forever cursed in the Mafia world, synonymous with betrayal. Yet history remembers him as the man who forced America to confront the truth about organized crime. His life was a tragic paradox, the ultimate insider who destroyed the world he helped build, a man whose survival depended on the very act that made him a target. In the end, Valachi's legacy is not one of redemption, but revelation. He was both criminal and hero, traitor and truth-teller. His story marks the beginning of a new era, the era when the Mafia's secrets could no longer hide behind blood oaths and fear. In the deadly world of the Mafia, betrayal is the ultimate sin, and few betrayals shook the criminal underworld as deeply as that of Salvatore "Sammy the Bull" Gravano, the ruthless underboss who brought down the most powerful mob boss of his era, John Gotti, the so-called Teflon Don. Gravano's story is one of loyalty turned to treachery, ambition turned to survival, and blood oaths broken for freedom. Born in 1945 in Brooklyn, New York, Sammy Gravano grew up in a working-class Italian-American neighborhood where toughness was currency. As a boy, he earned the nickname the Bull after single-handedly fighting off a gang of older kids who tried to steal his bicycle. Violence came naturally to him, and the streets offered more opportunity than any classroom ever could. By his teenage years, he was already running errands for local mobsters, drawn to their wealth, power, and fearsome respect. In the 1970s, Gravano officially joined the Gambino crime family, one of the 5 families of the New York Mafia. Intelligent, disciplined, and brutally efficient, he rose quickly through the ranks. He became known as a loyal soldier who always completed his assignments, no questions asked. Whether it was extortion, racketeering, or murder, Gravano handled business with a calm professionalism that earned him a reputation as one of the Mafia's most dependable killers. His fate changed in the 1980s when he crossed paths with John Gotti, the charismatic and stylish mobster who would soon rise to become the Gambino boss. Gotti saw potential in Gravano, recognizing in him a man who could handle violence without hesitation but also think strategically. The two became close allies, united by ambition and a shared disdain for the old mafia rules that prioritized secrecy over success. When Gotti orchestrated the assassination of Gambino boss Paul Castellano in 1985, Gravano played a key role in the planning. That hit, carried out outside a Manhattan steakhouse, stunned law enforcement and marked the beginning of Gotti's reign. In return for his loyalty and skill, Gravano was promoted to underboss, the second most powerful position in the Gambino family. For a few years, life was good. The pair ruled the mafia like kings, flaunting wealth and power, appearing in expensive suits and luxury cars, and dominating New York's underworld. But the FBI was closing in. With hidden microphones placed in Gotti's hangouts, agents recorded hours of conversations between the boss and his inner circle. Those tapes revealed a dangerous truth. Gotti blamed Gravano for many of the family's problems, criticizing him behind his back and even hinting he might be sacrificed if necessary. For a man who valued loyalty above all, this betrayal cut deep. In 1991, facing a mountain of evidence and the possibility of spending the rest of his life in prison, Gravano made a decision that would shock the world. He agreed to cooperate with the FBI. His testimony would make him one of the most infamous mafia informants in history. During Gotti's trial, Gravano took the stand and detailed the inner workings of the Gambino crime family. He admitted to participating in or ordering 19 murders, including mobsters, rivals, and even close associates. He described meetings, hits, and payoffs in chilling detail, leaving no doubt about Gotti's leadership role in the mafia's criminal empire. His testimony was devastating. For years, prosecutors had failed to convict Gotti. Every case seemed to slip away, earning him the nickname the Teflon Don. But with Gravano's cooperation, the impossible happened. John Gotti was convicted on all counts and sentenced to life in prison without parole in 1992. The betrayal sent shockwaves through the mafia. Gravano had broken the sacred omerta, the code of silence that defined a made man's honor. To many in the underworld, his name became synonymous with treachery. But to law enforcement, he was a hero, a key witness who helped dismantle one of the most powerful criminal organizations in American history. After his testimony, Gravano entered the Witness Protection Program, receiving a reduced sentence of only 5 years. He was released in 1994 and relocated under a new identity. But the quiet life didn't suit him. Eventually, he returned to Arizona under his real name and started a legitimate construction business, and later a drug ring involving ecstasy distribution, which led to his rearrest in 2000. In a cruel twist of fate, the man who had once helped destroy the mafia from the inside was undone by his own inability to leave crime behind. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Even behind bars, Gravano remained unapologetic. In interviews and his autobiography, Underboss, he justified his cooperation as an act of survival, claiming that Gotti betrayed him first. To this day, Sammy Gravano remains one of the most polarizing figures in organized crime history. To some, he's a coward who sold out his brothers for freedom. To others, he's a pragmatic survivor who exposed the hypocrisy of a system built on lies and power. His story illustrates the fragile nature of loyalty in a world where friendship and betrayal often share the same breath. Gravano's legacy endures because it represents the end of an era, the moment when the mafia's code of silence began to crumble. His decision to turn informant proved that even the most hardened mobsters could break when faced with death or lifelong imprisonment. After Gravano, dozens of high-ranking mafiosi followed suit, cooperating with federal agents in exchange for lighter sentences. The underboss, who once ruled the streets of New York, became the government's most valuable weapon. But the price was eternal infamy. For the Mafia, Gravano's name became a curse, a reminder that even blood oaths can't survive when loyalty meets fear. Few Mafia informants captured the public imagination quite like Henry Hill, the charismatic gangster whose life of crime inspired one of the most iconic films in history, Goodfellas. His story isn't just about betrayal, it's about temptation, greed, survival, and the intoxicating pull of a life lived fast. Hill's journey from streetwise hustler to government witness reveals the seductive chaos of organized crime and the inevitable downfall that follows. Henry Hill was born in Brooklyn in 1943, growing up in a working-class neighborhood dominated by the Lucchese crime family. From an early age, he was drawn to the local mobsters who ran the streets like kings. While other kids dreamed of being athletes or soldiers, Hill wanted the respect, money, and excitement that came from being connected. To me, he would later say, being a gangster was better than being President of the United States. By his early teens, Hill was already working for Paul Vario, a powerful Lucchese captain known for his control over trucking, loan sharking, and gambling operations in Brooklyn. Hill ran errands, parked Cadillacs, and carried messages for Vario's crew. He quickly learned the unwritten rules of the Mafia: keep quiet, be loyal, and always show respect. Though half Irish and therefore never eligible to become a made man, Hill's charm and reliability earned him a permanent place in the organization's inner circle. During the 1960s and 1970s, Hill's life became a blur of money, parties, and violence. He ran high-stakes gambling operations, fixed basketball games, and smuggled drugs. With his partners Jimmy Burke and Tommy DeSimone, Hill became involved in one of the most notorious heists in American history, the Lufthansa robbery of 1978, in which over $5 million in cash and jewelry was stolen from JFK Airport. It was the largest cash robbery in US history at the time, and it made everyone in the crew rich for a while. But wealth in the Mafia came with paranoia. After the Lufthansa score, people began disappearing. Anyone suspected of talking too much or drawing attention was murdered. Hill watched friends vanish overnight. The power and glamour he had once admired were replaced by fear. At the same time, he was spiraling out of control. His addiction to cocaine and reckless lifestyle made him increasingly unstable. The man who once prided himself on discipline and loyalty was now losing his grip. By 1980, Hill's world collapsed. Arrested on drug trafficking charges, he faced the real possibility of spending the rest of his life in prison, or worse, being killed by his own associates. The FBI offered him a way out: testify against his former friends in exchange for protection. Knowing that Burke and others were already plotting to kill him, Hill made the decision that would define his legacy. He became a government informant. His testimony was devastating. Hill provided the FBI with inside details on Paul Vario's criminal operations, the Lufthansa heist, and the inner workings of the Lucchese family. His cooperation led to dozens of convictions and exposed the Mafia's infiltration of unions, airports, and businesses across New York. More importantly, Hill shattered the myth of the Mafia as a noble brotherhood. His vivid accounts of murder, theft, and betrayal revealed the brutal reality behind the glamorous facade. In 1980, Hill and his family entered the Witness Protection Program, receiving new identities and relocation. But his restless nature made anonymity impossible. He couldn't resist bragging about his past, giving interviews, and staying in the spotlight. His life became the basis for Nicholas Pileggi's book, Wise Guy, which Martin Scorsese adapted into the 1990 film Goodfellas. The movie turned Hill into a cultural icon, the gangster who lived fast, turned snitch, and survived to tell the tale. Yet fame brought consequences. Hill's reckless behavior continued long after he left the Mafia. He was repeatedly arrested for drug charges, drunk driving, and domestic disputes. He admitted to missing the thrill of mob life, confessing in interviews that he still dreamed about the old days. Despite being the man who helped dismantle one of New York's most powerful crime families, Hill never fully escaped the shadow of the world he betrayed. Henry Hill's story remains disturbing because it blurs the line between glamour and tragedy. He wasn't a typical rat driven purely by fear. He was an addict to both crime and excitement. His life embodied the dark allure of the Mafia, the sense of belonging and purpose that drew so many into its web. But his betrayals showed that loyalty in that world is an illusion, easily broken when survival is at stake. In his final years, Hill tried to reinvent himself. He appeared on radio shows, wrote cookbooks inspired by prison recipes, and even hosted interviews about mob history. But his health deteriorated, and years of substance abuse caught up with him. He died in 2012 at the age of 69, still both admired and despised. Henry Hill's legacy is paradoxical. He was a criminal, a survivor, and an accidental celebrity. To law enforcement, he was a valuable witness who helped dismantle major mafia operations. To mobsters, he was a traitor whose name symbolized weakness and betrayal. To the public, he was the ultimate anti-hero, proof that the American dream and the underworld often run side by side. His story endures because it exposes the truth about organized crime. Beneath the wealth and respect lies paranoia, fear, and self-destruction. In betraying his friends, Henry Hill didn't just save his own life. He revealed the dark, seductive machinery of the Mafia itself. In the neon-lit chaos of 1970s, Las Vegas, where crime and glamour danced hand in hand, one man bridged the worlds of the Mafia and the casino underworld: Frank Culotta. Once a trusted enforcer for the Chicago outfit and right-hand man to the notorious mobster Tony the Ant Spilotro, Culotta lived a life of heists, hits, and high-stakes hustling. But like so many who swore eternal loyalty to the mob, his world eventually collapsed under the weight of paranoia, betrayal, and blood. When he finally turned informant, his testimony didn't just save his own life. It brought down one of the most dangerous organized crime networks in Las Vegas history. Frank Culotta was born in Chicago in 1938, in the same rough neighborhood as Tony Spilotro. The two became childhood friends, bound by street fights, petty theft, and a shared hunger for power. As teenagers, they were already running with local gangs, committing burglaries and armed robberies. By the 1950s, both men had earned reputations as fearless thieves with a talent for violence, and the Chicago outfit, one of America's most powerful mafia organizations, took notice. Culotta started as a small-time thief, but quickly proved his worth. He was tough, smart, and utterly loyal to Spilotro, who rose through the outfit's ranks as a feared enforcer. By the 1970s, when Las Vegas had become the mob's golden playground, Spilotro was sent west to oversee the outfit's interests in the city's booming casino industry. Naturally, he brought his old friend Frank Culotta along. Together, they became the face of the mob's presence in Vegas. Culotta led the Hole-in-the-Wall gang, a crew of skilled burglars who specialized in breaking into homes and businesses by literally drilling or cutting through walls. Their robberies were clean, precise, and devastatingly effective. They hit jewelry stores, hotels, and private residences, often walking away with hundreds of thousands of dollars in loot. Meanwhile, the mob skimmed millions from the casino's profits, using hidden counting rooms and rigged ledgers to send untaxed money back to Chicago. But Las Vegas in the late 1970s was changing. Federal agents were starting to unravel the web of corruption linking casinos, unions, and mob bosses. Surveillance, wiretaps, and undercover operations began closing in. As investigations deepened, paranoia spread among the gang. Culotta, who had always trusted Spilotro like a brother, started hearing whispers that his old friend might be planning to have him killed. In 1981, during a routine burglary at Bertha's Gifts and Home Furnishings in Las Vegas, the hole-in-the-wall gang was caught in a police sting. Culotta was arrested along with several crew members. Facing decades in prison and knowing Spilotro's reputation for eliminating loose ends, he made a decision that would send shockwaves through the mafia world. Frank Culotta became a government informant. His cooperation was explosive. In chilling detail, he confessed to murders, robberies, extortions, and bribery schemes that tied the Chicago outfit directly to Las Vegas casinos. More importantly, he testified against Tony Spilotro, his lifelong friend and mentor. Culotta's insider knowledge helped federal prosecutors dismantle the mob's control over several casinos and exposed the criminal infrastructure that had fueled the Vegas dream for years. When Spilotro learned of Culotta's betrayal, his rage was legendary. But before he could retaliate, Spilotro himself was murdered in 1986, beaten and buried alive with his brother in an Indiana cornfield, a fittingly brutal end to a life of violence. Many believed his death was the outfit's revenge for the chaos his recklessness and Culotta's betrayal had unleashed. Culotta, meanwhile, entered the witness protection program. He changed his name, relocated, and lived under constant fear of assassination. Unlike many informants who faded quietly into obscurity, Culotta eventually resurfaced and embraced his infamy. In the 1990s, his life story became widely known after the release of Martin Scorsese's film Casino, which depicted the rise and fall of the mob in Las Vegas. Actor Frank Vincent's character, Frank Marino, was based on Tony Spilotro, while Frank Culotta himself served as a technical advisor on the film, ensuring every crime, every murder, and every betrayal was portrayed with chilling accuracy. Culotta later became something of a celebrity in the true crime world. He wrote books, gave interviews, and even hosted Las Vegas mob tours, recounting his experiences to fascinated tourists. His openness about his past crimes and decision to flip made him both admired and despised. Admired by those who saw him as a survivor who beat the system, despised by those who saw him as a traitor who violated the mafia's sacred code. Frank Culotta's story is disturbing not just because of the violence and corruption it exposes, but because it reveals how fragile loyalty can be in a world built on fear. His transformation from feared hitman to government witness demonstrates how even the most hardened criminals can turn when faced with death or a lifetime behind bars. The man who once helped the mafia control Las Vegas ultimately helped the FBI destroy it. Culotta died in 2020 at the age of 81, reportedly from complications related to COVID-19. Until the end, he claimed he had no regrets. "I did what I had to do to survive," he once said in an interview. "The mob would have killed me anyway." His story is a chilling reminder that in organized crime, there are no true friendships, only alliances of convenience that crumble when survival is at stake. Frank Culotta's betrayal marked the end of the mob's dominance in Las Vegas and exposed the truth behind the glittering lights of the Strip. Beneath the luxury and power lay greed, blood, and betrayal. In the violent, unforgiving world of the American Mafia, few men ever walked away alive. Yet Michael Franzese, once a high-ranking capo in the Colombo crime family, did the impossible. He rose to immense power, made hundreds of millions of dollars in legitimate and illegal ventures, and then, without turning into a traditional informant or getting whacked, managed to leave the life behind. His story is one of intelligence, charm, and survival amid a culture where betrayal usually ends in blood. Born in 1951 in Brooklyn, Michael Franzese grew up surrounded by power and fear. His father, John "Sonny" Franzese, was the underboss of the Colombo family, a man both respected and feared on the streets of New York. Sonny's influence loomed over Michael's childhood like a shadow. While his mother wanted a normal life for her son, Michael idolized his father's strength and authority. When Sonny was sentenced to 50 years in prison for a bank robbery in the 1960s, Michael abandoned his dreams of becoming a doctor and joined the mafia world to support his family. By his early 20s, Michael was officially inducted into the Colombo crime family, a ceremony that bound him to the mafia for life. Intelligent and calculating, he quickly proved himself not through violence, but through business acumen. While most mobsters made their fortunes in gambling and extortion, Franzese found his empire in a more modern enterprise: gasoline tax racketeering. His operation was brilliant in its simplicity and staggering in its profitability. By creating fake companies that imported and sold gasoline without paying federal taxes, Franzese and his crew skimmed off millions. At its peak, his scam was bringing in an estimated $8 to $10 million a week, making him one of the richest mobsters in America. He diversified his holdings into movie financing, real estate, and sports promotion. Unlike the stereotypical mob boss, Franzese exuded charm and professionalism. He dressed like a businessman, spoke like an executive, and mingled with celebrities and politicians. To the outside world, he was a successful entrepreneur. Inside the mafia, he was both feared and envied, a man who could make more money with a pen than others could with a gun. But the higher he climbed, the more dangerous life became. The Colombo family was constantly embroiled in internal power struggles. Trust was rare, betrayal common, and the FBI's eyes were everywhere. By the late 1980s, federal prosecutors had built a massive case against him for racketeering, extortion, and tax fraud. In 1986, Franzese was indicted under the RICO Act, the same federal law that had brought down entire mafia families. Facing years in prison, he made a shocking decision. He took a plea deal. But unlike other mafia figures, he didn't testify against anyone. He refused to become a traditional informant. Instead, he cooperated only enough to reduce his sentence, vowing never to reveal details that would put other members at risk. Still, to the mafia, his decision to plead guilty and walk away was seen as an unforgivable betrayal. While in prison, Franzese's life took a dramatic turn. He began corresponding with his wife, Camille, a former dancer he had met on a film set years earlier. Her faith and devotion inspired him to reconsider everything he had stood for. Over time, he renounced his ties to the mafia and embraced Christianity. It was a transformation few believed was possible. When he was released from prison in 1994, he made the most dangerous move of all. He publicly left the mafia life. The reaction from the underworld was immediate. The Colombo family placed a contract on his life. Even his father, Sonny, reportedly disowned him for walking away. But Michael Franzese didn't back down. He began speaking publicly about his past, warning others about the dangers of organized crime and the false promises of fast money. His charisma, combined with his insider knowledge, made him a sought-after speaker and author. In interviews, Franzesi often reflected on the irony of his survival. "Nobody leaves the mafia," he said, "but I did by the grace of God." His faith became his shield, and his new life as a motivational speaker earned him respect outside the criminal world. He wrote best-selling books, including Blood Covenant and I'll Make You an Offer You Can't Refuse, blending mafia wisdom with life lessons on ethics, leadership, and redemption. Today, Franzesi stands as one of the few mobsters to leave organized crime without entering witness protection. He lives under his real name, often appearing in documentaries, podcasts, and interviews about mafia history. Remarkably, he remains alive, a rare survivor in a world that kills anyone who dares to walk away. His story is disturbing not because of violence or betrayal, but because it defies every mafia law. The code says loyalty is eternal. The punishment for leaving is death. Yet Franzesi managed to escape both. He didn't sell out others to save himself, but he did betray the ideology of the mafia by choosing morality over money, family, and fear. Michael Franzesi's life is proof that intelligence, faith, and timing can sometimes outwit even the most dangerous systems. He represents a different kind of informant, not one who turned state's evidence, but one who exposed the mafia's lies through his survival. His transformation from mob boss to preacher of redemption reveals an unsettling truth about organized crime. Even in the darkest worlds, there are those who find a way out and live to tell the tale. In the blood-soaked history of American organized crime, few names strike as much fear and betrayal as Aladina Jimmy the Weasel Fratianno. Once a ruthless hitman and respected capo regime in the Los Angeles crime family, Fratianno became one of the most notorious mafia informants in history. His decision to betray the mob shattered decades of omertà, the sacred code of silence, and exposed the hidden workings of La Cosa Nostra like never before. Born in 1913 in Cleveland, Ohio, to Italian immigrant parents, Fratianno's life was marked by violence and ambition from the start. He grew up on the rough streets, learning early that survival required brutality and cunning. By his teenage years, he was already committing robberies and assaults, earning a reputation for being quick with his fists and quicker with his gun. His nickname, Jimmy the Weasel, reportedly came from his ability to slip away from police and rivals alike. After serving time in prison for armed robbery, Fratianno relocated to California in the 1940s. There, he joined the Los Angeles crime family, a West Coast branch of the Mafia, often overshadowed by its more powerful New York counterparts. Still, Jimmy quickly rose through the ranks, proving himself indispensable. He ran loan sharking operations, gambling rackets, and extortion schemes across California and Nevada. His connections stretched deep into Las Vegas casinos, Hollywood studios, and union politics, a web of corruption that blurred the lines between crime and commerce. But Fratianno was not content to be a mere foot soldier. His ambition drove him to forge alliances with major mafia figures across the country, including Tony Accardo and Sam Giancana of the Chicago outfit, as well as Carlo Gambino in New York. He became the West Coast's bridge to the National Commission, a rare position of power for someone outside the East Coast crime dynasties. Despite his influence, Fratianno's life was one of constant paranoia. He had made countless enemies within the mob, and the Los Angeles underworld was plagued by internal strife. When his close friend and boss, Frank Bompensiero, was murdered in 1977, Jimmy realized the hit had been sanctioned by his own associates. It was the ultimate betrayal, and it pushed him over the edge. Facing his own death sentence from the mob, Fratianno made a decision that would forever change mafia history. He turned government witness. In 1978, he agreed to cooperate with the FBI, becoming the highest-ranking mobster ever to testify for the federal government at that time. His testimony was explosive. Fratianno detailed the mafia's national structure, naming bosses, underbosses, and soldiers across multiple families. He revealed how the mob infiltrated labor unions, fixed contracts, and controlled politicians. He exposed decades of murders, racketeering schemes, and corruption that reached the highest levels of business and government. His information helped bring down numerous powerful figures, including members of the Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Chicago crime families. For federal prosecutors, Jimmy was a goldmine, a living encyclopedia of organized crime. But for the mafia, he was the embodiment of treachery. Once a feared killer, Fratianno was now a hunted man. The mafia placed a massive bounty on his head, vowing revenge for his betrayal. Even in witness protection, his life was a constant state of alertness, moving from city to city, always watching his back. He knew the mob's reach was long and merciless. Despite the danger, Jimmy couldn't resist his old habits. In the 1980s, while living under federal protection, he reportedly continued small-scale scams, prompting authorities to reconsider his protection status. Still, he lived far longer than anyone expected, outlasting many of those he'd betrayed. In 1981, his autobiography The Last Mafioso, written with author Ovid Damaris, was published. The book became a national sensation, a raw, unfiltered look inside the mafia's secret world. For the first time, the American public could see the mafia not as a romanticized organization from movies, but as a brutal machine fueled by greed, violence, and paranoia. Fratianno didn't shy away from admitting his crimes. He confessed to personally killing at least 6 men and orchestrating many more. Yet he insisted his cooperation with the government was about survival, not redemption. "I didn't turn rat because I wanted to," he said in one interview. "I did it because I was already a dead man." His life ended quietly in 1993 in Oklahoma, far from the streets where he once ruled. He died of natural causes, an almost poetic irony for a man who spent decades surrounded by death. Most mafia turncoats never lived to see old age. Fratianno was one of the few exceptions. To this day, Jimmy the Weasel remains one of the most disturbing figures in mafia history, not just for his crimes, but for what his betrayal symbolized. He was proof that fear and loyalty, the very foundations of La Cosa Nostra, could be shattered from within. His testimony inspired a wave of other informants, from Sammy the Bull Gravano to Henry Hill, accelerating the decline of the American mafia in the late 20th century. Yet, for all his revelations, Fratianno's story is far from redemptive. He lived as a killer, died as a traitor, and left behind a legacy soaked in both blood and infamy. His tale forces a haunting question. When a man sells his soul to survive, is he escaping death or simply prolonging it? Few mafia informants in history have achieved the kind of notoriety that Henry Hill did. His life, filled with crime, glamour, betrayal, and eventual downfall, became the blueprint for one of Hollywood's greatest gangster films, Goodfellas. But behind the movie's legendary scenes lies the chilling truth about a man whose testimony helped dismantle one of New York's most powerful mafia families, the Lucchese crime family. Henry Hill wasn't born into the mafia. He was born into its shadow. Growing up in a poor neighborhood of Brooklyn in 1943, Hill idolized the gangsters who ruled the streets. As a teenager, he would hang around the cab stand owned by Paul Vario, a local Lucchese caporegime, running errands for mobsters in exchange for tips and attention. To me, Hill later recalled, being a gangster was better than being president of the United States. By his mid-teens, Hill was fully immersed in the mafia world. He learned the rules of omertà, the sacred vow of silence, and the brutal laws that governed life and death in organized crime. Though half Irish and unable to become a made man, Hill became a trusted associate in Paul Vario's crew. He had one advantage few mobsters possessed. He was smart, charming, and capable of blending into legitimate society when needed. Through the 1960s and 1970s, Hill participated in a wide array of criminal operations: loan sharking, hijacking, gambling, and drug trafficking. One of his earliest big scores came from airport heists at JFK, where his crew would intercept cargo shipments worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. But the crime that defined his reputation was the 1978 Lufthansa heist, one of the largest cash robberies in American history. In the early morning hours of December 11th, 1978, Hill's associates pulled off the heist, stealing over $5 million in cash and $875,000 in jewelry from the Lufthansa cargo terminal. It was a staggering success, orchestrated by James "Jimmy the Gent" Burke, one of Hill's closest allies. Yet what followed was pure carnage. As paranoia set in and greed consumed the crew, Burke began systematically murdering anyone connected to the job. The money vanished, and Hill realized his days were numbered. By the early 1980s, Hill's life was spiraling out of control. He was heavily addicted to cocaine, under constant FBI surveillance, and suspected that Burke and Vario were planning to kill him to tie up loose ends. Facing prison time for drug trafficking and fearing for his life, Hill made the fateful decision that would define his legacy. He turned informant. In 1980, Henry Hill entered the Witness Protection Program, becoming one of the most important mafia informants in American history. His testimony against his former associates provided prosecutors with an unprecedented look inside the Lucchese crime family's operations, from corrupt union deals and airport thefts to the complex hierarchy of the New York Mafia Commission. His cooperation led to the conviction of several powerful mobsters, including Paul Vario and Jimmy Burke, two of the most feared men in organized crime. It also gave the FBI detailed insight into how the mafia's influence spread through labor unions, nightclubs, and legitimate businesses. Hill's confessions were brutal, unapologetic, and deeply revealing. He didn't just expose crimes, he exposed the mafia's soul. But life after betrayal was anything but glamorous. Despite entering witness protection, Hill's chaotic lifestyle continued. He struggled with drug addiction, alcoholism, and a craving for fame that constantly drew him back into the public eye. He appeared on radio shows, collaborated on books, and even opened restaurants, all while dodging potential assassins. In 1986, Hill's story became immortalized in Nicholas Pileggi's book, Wise Guy: Life in a Mafia Family, which was adapted into Martin Scorsese's 1990 film Goodfellas. The movie's depiction of Hill, played by Ray Liotta, turned him into an unlikely cultural icon. Millions were captivated by his rise and fall, the intoxicating thrill of mafia life, followed by the devastating price of betrayal. Yet for Hill himself, the reality was darker than the Hollywood version. He was constantly paranoid, living under assumed names, moving from state to state. His marriage fell apart, and his family endured years of fear and instability. Despite being given a second chance, He often slipped back into old habits, arrested multiple times for drug possession and domestic violence. In his later years, Hill reinvented himself as a kind of anti-hero celebrity. He gave interviews about mafia life, sold artwork, and even launched a line of spaghetti sauce branded Henry Hill's Sunday Gravy. But behind the public charm was a man haunted by guilt and fear. He knew that his betrayal would never be forgiven, and that somewhere, someone might still want him dead. Henry Hill died in 2012 at the age of 69 from complications related to heart disease. A relatively peaceful end for someone who lived so recklessly. But his legacy remains one of the most disturbing in mafia history. He wasn't the highest-ranking mobster to flip, nor the most violent, but his betrayal had cultural and criminal consequences that reshaped how America viewed organized crime. Before Hill, the mafia existed as an untouchable myth, a secret brotherhood governed by silence. After Hill, the myth was shattered. His story proved that even the mafia's most loyal men could turn on their brothers when survival was at stake. Henry Hill's life is both a cautionary tale and a revelation. It's about greed, loyalty, and the thin line between admiration and destruction. He lived fast, betrayed faster, and left behind a chilling reminder that in the world of organized crime, there are no good fellas, only survivors. In the brutal world of organized crime, betrayal is the ultimate sin. Yet no betrayal was as shocking or as consequential as that of Salvatore "Sammy the Bull" Gravano, the feared underboss of the Gambino crime family, who turned against his boss, John Gotti, the self-styled Teflon Don. Gravano's decision to testify for the government in 1991 didn't just topple one of the most powerful mafia empires in history. It also shattered the illusion of loyalty that had held La Cosa Nostra together for decades. Born in 1945 in Brooklyn, New York, Gravano grew up in a tight-knit Italian-American community. From an early age, he was drawn to power and respect, things he saw in the local gangsters who ruled the streets. A quiet but determined kid, Gravano was nicknamed the Bull after beating up a group of older boys who tried to steal his bicycle. That nickname would come to define him for the rest of his life. By his 20s, Gravano had joined the Colombo crime family, working under Carmine Persico before switching to the Gambino family, where he found a mentor in Paul Castellano. But Gravano's real rise came under John Gotti, a brash and ambitious mobster who shared his hunger for dominance. The two formed a dangerous alliance, one built on money, power, and mutual trust. In 1985, Gotti orchestrated the assassination of his own boss, Paul Castellano, outside Sparks Steakhouse in Manhattan, a move that shocked the mafia world. Gravano, one of the key planners of the hit, became Gotti's trusted underboss shortly after. Together, they ruled the Gambino family with an iron fist, controlling construction rackets, extortion rings, and illegal gambling operations that generated millions. For a time, Gravano thrived. He was a killer, a businessman, and a strategist. He enforced discipline through fear, personally carrying out or ordering at least 19 murders. Within the mob, his reputation was both terrifying and respected, the perfect balance of violence and intelligence. But behind the flashy suits and smoky club meetings, the seeds of betrayal were already taking root. Gotti loved the spotlight. His expensive suits, slick hair, and open defiance of the law made him a media darling, earning him the nickname the Dapper Don. But his arrogance also made him reckless. While Gotti basked in attention, Gravano preferred to operate quietly in the shadows. Their differences in style would eventually turn into a deadly rift. By the late 1980s, federal agents had bugged the Ravenite Social Club, Gotti's headquarters in Little Italy. The recordings captured hours of conversations, including Gotti openly discussing murders, money, and mafia business. Worse for Gravano, the tapes revealed Gotti blaming him for several crimes, portraying him as expendable. When Gravano heard the tapes during pre-trial discovery, something inside him broke. The man he had killed for, protected and respected, had turned on him. In 1991, faced with the possibility of life in prison and enraged by Gotti's betrayal, Sammy the Bull flipped. His decision shocked both law enforcement and the underworld. For the first time in mafia history, a sitting underboss of one of New York's 5 families agreed to testify for the government. Gravano's testimony in 1992 was devastating. Calm, articulate, and unapologetic, he described in detail the structure of the Gambino family, the murders he committed, and Gotti's direct involvement in multiple killings. His words destroyed the myth of the Teflon Don, the man who had escaped 3 previous trials without a conviction. Thanks to Gravano, Gotti was found guilty on 13 counts, including murder and racketeering, and sentenced to life in prison without parole. The courtroom betrayal made headlines around the world. Gravano became both a hero to law enforcement and a symbol of treachery to the mafia. For breaking omertà, the sacred vow of silence, he was condemned to death by the mob. Yet, under witness protection, Gravano lived comfortably, serving only 5 years in prison despite admitting to 19 murders. After his release, he tried to live quietly in Arizona under a new identity. But Gravano was never a man who could stay invisible. In 2000, he was arrested again, this time for running a massive ecstasy trafficking ring that distributed drugs across multiple states. The irony was brutal. After betraying the mafia to escape crime, Gravano had fallen right back into it. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison and served 18 before being released in 2017. Since then, Gravano has re-emerged publicly, running a YouTube channel and podcast where he discusses mafia life, loyalty, and the choices that defined him. His cold honesty and lack of remorse continue to fascinate audiences. "I did what I had to do," he often says. "If I didn't flip, I'd be dead." Salvatore Gravano's story is one of paradoxes. He was both killer and victim, loyal soldier and betrayer, a man who helped destroy the very world he built. His betrayal didn't just end John Gotti's reign, it crippled the mafia itself. After his testimony, waves of other mobsters turned state's evidence, eroding the mafia's most sacred code. To this day, Sammy the Bull remains one of the most disturbing figures in mafia history, not because he flipped, but because he did so without regret. His story exposes the truth that the mafia's loyalty is an illusion, and even the deadliest men can turn when self-preservation calls. He once said in an interview, "The streets made me who I was. The betrayal made me who I am." In the end, Gravano proved that in the world of the mafia, everyone has a breaking point, even the bull. In the annals of mafia history, no infiltration was as daring, as dangerous, or as devastating as Joe Pistone's 6-year undercover mission as Donnie Brasco. Unlike typical informants who flipped to save themselves, Pistone was an FBI agent who walked straight into the heart of organized crime, lived among killers, and became one of them, almost earning the title of a made man in the Bonanno crime family. His story forever changed the way the FBI battled the mafia and remains one of the most extraordinary undercover operations in history. Joseph Dominic Pistone was born in 1939 in Erie, Pennsylvania, and raised in Paterson, New Jersey, a working-class Italian-American neighborhood where he learned early about street life. After earning a degree in anthropology and serving as a naval officer, Pistone joined the Federal Bureau of Investigation in 1969. He specialized in undercover work, infiltrating truck theft rings and fencing operations. But nothing in his early career prepared him for what would become his defining assignment: infiltrating the New York Mafia from the inside. In 1976, the FBI launched Operation Sun Apple, a mission to gather intelligence on the Bonanno and Colombo crime families. Pistone was selected for the job due to his Italian heritage, fluency in street slang, and ability to adapt under pressure. Using the alias Donnie Brasco, a low-level jewel thief from Miami, he entered the underworld with one goal: gain the Mafia's trust without blowing his cover. The risk was unimaginable. In the Mafia, suspicion meant death. Yet Pistone, armed only with his wits and nerves of steel, began mingling with connected guys at bars, restaurants, and social clubs across New York. Slowly, he worked his way up the chain through Benjamin "Lefty" Ruggiero, a talkative soldier in the Bonanno family. Ruggiero took Brasco under his wing, teaching him the rules of La Cosa Nostra. Over time, their relationship evolved from business partnership to genuine friendship, a bond that would later torment both men. "If I had to kill someone," Ruggiero once told him, "I'd have no problem doing it. But if you ever betrayed me, Donnie, I'd have to kill you myself." Pistone knew that one slip, one wrong word, would end his life instantly. He attended mob meetings, collected tribute money, and even participated in fencing stolen goods, all while secretly recording conversations for the FBI. His work was so convincing that he was proposed for induction as a made man, a privilege few outsiders ever approached. For 6 years, Donnie Brasco lived the life of a real mobster. He watched beatings, planned robberies, and sat in on high-level mafia discussions about murder and territory. The deeper he went, the more information he gathered, not only about the Bonanno family, but also their alliances with the Gambinos, Colombos, and Lucchese's. The operation yielded staggering results. Pistone's intelligence exposed the Mafia's inner structure, hierarchy, and daily operations. His evidence directly led to over 100 federal convictions, including key figures like Dominic "Sonny Black" Napolitano and Lefty Ruggiero. But the success came at a devastating personal cost. When the FBI pulled him out in 1981, the Mafia was blindsided. For years, they had trusted Donnie Brasco as one of their own. The betrayal hit hard. Sonny Black, who had vouched for him, was murdered soon after the truth emerged, a punishment for letting an FBI agent into the family. Lefty Ruggiero, too, was marked for death, but the FBI intervened before the mob could reach him. The fallout destroyed the Bonanno family's credibility. The commission, the governing body of the Mafia, was humiliated. It was the first time the FBI had penetrated the Mafia so deeply, proving that their secret world wasn't as untouchable as they believed. For Pistone, the aftermath was bittersweet. He had achieved one of the greatest undercover successes in law enforcement history, but he lost 6 years of his life and any sense of normalcy. His family lived under constant threat, and he remained in hiding for decades, moving frequently and changing identities. His memoir, Donnie Brasco, My Undercover Life in the Mafia, co-written with Richard Woodley, became a bestseller and was later adapted into the 1997 film Donnie Brasco, starring Johnny Depp and Al Pacino. The movie brought Pistone's story to millions, immortalizing his courage and the deep emotional scars of living a double life. In interviews, Pistone has often said that the hardest part wasn't the danger, but the friendships. "You spend years with these guys, you eat with them, you laugh with them, and then you bring them down," he said. "They were killers, sure, but they were also human." Even decades later, the Mafia has not forgotten his betrayal. The Bonanno family placed a $500,000 bounty on his head, a price that technically still stands. Yet Pistone continues to appear publicly, giving lectures, consulting for law enforcement agencies, and writing books about organized crime. His courage reshaped the FBI's approach to infiltrating criminal networks and remains a benchmark for undercover operations worldwide. Joe Pistone's story is one of the most disturbing and extraordinary tales of infiltration and betrayal in criminal history. He wasn't a mobster who turned on his own. He was a lawman who became one of them, lived their code, and destroyed them from within. His mission exposed not only the crimes of the Mafia, but also the psychological toll of deception, a man who had to become a criminal to bring justice to criminals. In the end, Donnie Brasco proved that the Mafia's deadliest weakness wasn't law enforcement, it was trust. Few Mafia stories are as deeply personal or emotionally devastating as that of Frank Calabrese Jr., the man who made the unthinkable choice to betray his own father. Frank Calabrese Sr., one of Chicago's most feared mob killers. In the history of organized crime, countless men have turned informant to save themselves. But Calabrese Jr.'s story stands apart. His was not an act of self-preservation alone, but of conscience, trauma, and the desperate need to break free from a lifetime of fear and violence. To understand Frank Jr.'s betrayal, one must first understand the man he betrayed. Frank Calabrese Sr. was a ruthless enforcer for the Chicago outfit, the powerful organized crime syndicate that dominated the city for decades. Known as Frankie Breeze, he ran loan sharking and extortion rackets throughout Chicago's West Side. His reputation for brutality was legendary. He didn't just kill enemies, he tortured them. At home, the brutality continued. Calabrese Sr. ruled his family the same way he ruled the streets, through intimidation, manipulation, and abuse. Frank Jr. grew up terrified of his father, enduring years of physical and psychological torment. He was charming to outsiders, Frank Jr. once said, but behind closed doors, he was a monster. By his teenage years, Frank Jr. had been drawn into the family business, learning the trade of loan sharking and debt collection under his father's watchful eye. But unlike many mob sons who embraced the life, he saw only horror in it. Every dollar earned came with blood, and every smile masked paranoia. He wanted out, but no one walked away from the outfit, especially not from Frankie Breeze. In 1997, both father and son were arrested on federal racketeering charges. They were sent to Milan Federal Correctional Institution, a medium-security prison in Michigan. For the first time, Frank Jr. was away from his father's physical control. Yet, even behind bars, the manipulation continued. Calabrese Sr. used coded messages, threats, and guilt to keep his son loyal. Then, something unexpected happened. Frank Jr. decided to flip against his own father. While still in prison, he quietly approached the FBI, offering to wear a wire and record his father's conversations. His motivation wasn't revenge or immunity, it was liberation. "I didn't do it because I hated him," Frank Jr. later said. "I did it because I wanted to stop him. I wanted to end the cycle." For the FBI, it was a shocking but invaluable offer. They provided Frank Jr. with a miniature recording device, hidden inside a rosary and a pair of sneakers. Over the next several months, he recorded countless hours of his father discussing past crimes, murders, and the operations of the Chicago outfit. The tapes were raw, chilling, and damning. A father bragging to his son about strangling victims, dismembering bodies, and burying enemies in unmarked graves. The recordings became the cornerstone of one of the largest mafia trials in Chicago history, Operation Family Secrets. Launched in the early 2000s, the investigation sought to expose decades of outfit violence and corruption. Thanks to Frank Jr.'s cooperation, federal prosecutors had the inside evidence they needed to convict some of the most powerful mob figures in the city. When the trial began in 2007, the courtroom was electric. Among the accused were Joseph Lombardo, James Marcello, and Frank Calabrese Sr. himself, men linked to more than 18 murders spanning 4 decades. The government's star witness was none other than Frank Jr., testifying against the man who had raised him in blood and fear. Facing his son across the courtroom, Calabrese Sr. glared with venom. But Frank Jr. never flinched. His testimony was calm, detailed, and devastating. He described his father's methods, his control over the family, and the chilling moments captured on tape. The evidence was irrefutable. In 2009, Frank Calabrese Sr. was sentenced to life in prison, dying behind bars 2 years later in 2012. The trial didn't just expose the Chicago outfit's inner workings, it revealed the psychological damage inflicted by the mafia lifestyle on families trapped within it. Frank Jr.'s act of betrayal was both heroic and tragic, a son's ultimate rebellion against a legacy of terror. After the trial, Frank Jr. entered witness protection, living under assumed identities for years. Eventually, he wrote his memoir, Operation Family Secrets: How a Mobster's Son and the FBI Brought Down Chicago's Murderous Crime Family, detailing his painful journey from fear to freedom. The book became a bestseller, and his story was later featured in documentaries and true crime specials. To this day, Frank Calabrese Jr. lives with the consequences of his choice. He has said that testifying against his father broke something inside him, but it also saved his soul. "My father made me who I was," he once reflected, "but I chose who I became." His story remains one of the most disturbing and emotional betrayals in mafia history, not because it destroyed a crime family, but because it destroyed the bond between father and son. It is the story of a man who had to expose his own blood to stop a monster, and in doing so, exposed the human cost of organized crime's darkness. Frank Calabrese Jr. didn't just betray the mafia, he betrayed the myth that family always comes first. No figure in mafia history shook the underworld as profoundly as Tommaso Buscetta, the man who shattered the centuries-old omertà, the mafia's sacred code of silence. Once a loyal mafioso of the Sicilian Cosa Nostra, Buscetta became the first high-ranking insider to turn government witness, revealing in shocking detail the inner workings of the Sicilian mafia, its structure, rituals, and international drug operations. His defection not only decimated the Sicilian underworld, but also forever changed how the world viewed organized crime. Born on July 13, 1928, in Palermo, Italy, Tommaso Buscetta grew up in poverty during the chaos of post-war Sicily. He was the youngest of 17 children, many of whom died young. Lured by the promise of power and wealth, Buscetta joined the Cosa Nostra as a teenager. Unlike petty criminals, the mafia offered him a code, a family, and a sense of belonging, something the struggling streets of Palermo could not provide. Buscetta was smart, polished, and ambitious. He quickly rose through the ranks, earning respect for his diplomacy and business acumen. He became deeply involved in international drug trafficking, smuggling heroin from Sicily to the United States through what would later be called the pizza connection. By the 1970s, he had become a well-connected and influential capo, a boss with ties to both Sicilian and American mafia families. But Buscetta's rise came during one of the bloodiest eras in Sicilian history, the Mafia Wars of the 1980s. The conflict, led by the Corleonesi faction under Salvatore Toto Riina, was a campaign of terror designed to seize control of Cosa Nostra through intimidation and murder. Thousands were killed, including rival bosses, judges, and even politicians. Caught in the crossfire, Buscetta watched as Riina's forces slaughtered his allies, friends, and family. 2 of his sons were tortured and murdered. Others were executed simply for being related to him. The grief and rage broke something deep within him. Once a devout believer in the Mafia's honor, Buscetta saw it for what it had become, a machine of greed, paranoia, and death. In 1983, after being arrested in Brazil and extradited to Italy, Buscetta made the fateful decision to break omertà, something no true mafioso had ever done at his level. When Italian prosecutors offered him protection in exchange for testimony, Buscetta agreed. His decision would alter the course of Italian criminal justice forever. The man who took his confession was Judge Giovanni Falcone, one of Italy's most courageous anti-mafia magistrates. Over countless interviews, Buscetta spoke openly about the Mafia's inner hierarchy, the commission, its initiation rituals, the code of silence, and its vast criminal empire. He named dozens of top bosses and described how they coordinated assassinations, drug trafficking, and political corruption. Buscetta's revelations led to the Maxi trial of 1986 to 1987, the largest anti-mafia prosecution in history. Held in a fortified bunker in Palermo, the trial charged 475 mafiosi with crimes ranging from drug trafficking to murder. Buscetta's testimony was the cornerstone of the case. For the first time, prosecutors could map the Mafia like an organization, complete with ranks, chains of command, and international networks. The world watched in awe as Buscetta calmly explained the secrets of an organization that had ruled Sicily through fear for generations. He became known as Il Traditore, the traitor. To the Mafia, he was a dead man walking. To the Italian people, he was a hero. His courage gave the government the knowledge it needed to fight back effectively. The trial ended with 338 convictions, including life sentences for top bosses like Michele Greco and Salvatore Riina, though Riina would later escape. Conviction until years later. The Mafia had never suffered such a public defeat. Buscetta's testimony also had ripple effects in the United States, helping prosecutors target the American Sicilian drug connection and convict powerful mob figures across New York and Chicago. But the war wasn't over. In 1992, Judge Giovanni Falcone was assassinated in a brutal car bombing ordered by Riina, a message that no one was safe from Mafia vengeance. Buscetta, devastated by the death of his friend and protector, went into deep hiding. He continued to cooperate with authorities, later testifying against Giulio Andreotti, Italy's former prime minister, accused of having Mafia ties. Living under witness protection in the United States, Buscetta tried to live a quiet life, but his past haunted him. He gave rare interviews, often expressing regret, not for betraying the Mafia, but for believing in it. Cosa Nostra betrayed itself, he said. It lost its honor long before I spoke. Buscetta died of cancer in Florida in 2000 at the age of 71 under an assumed name. Yet his legacy endures. He became the symbol of a man who sacrificed everything, family, homeland, identity, to expose the truth about an organization built on lies and blood. His defection marked the beginning of the end for the old Mafia order. No longer could the Cosa Nostra hide behind mystery or silence. The world now knew how it worked, who ran it, and how to dismantle it. Tommaso Buscetta remains one of the most disturbing and courageous informants in mafia history, a man who turned his back on the only life he'd ever known to bring justice to the families his world had destroyed. His story is not just about betrayal, but about redemption, the tragic price of truth in a world ruled by death and silence. Few names in American mafia history inspire as much fascination, fear, and controversy as Salvatore "Sammy the Bull" Gravano, the underboss who brought down John Gotti, the so-called Teflon Don of the Gambino crime family. Gravano's story is the tale of a man who rose from the Brooklyn streets to the top of the most powerful crime family in the United States, only to destroy it from within. His betrayal shattered the myth of mob loyalty, exposing the greed, corruption, and paranoia that ruled America's underworld. Born on March 12, 1945, in Brooklyn, New York, Sammy Gravano was raised in a working-class Italian-American family. As a boy, he was quiet, short, and dyslexic, often bullied and misunderstood. His nickname, the Bull, came from a childhood incident when he fiercely fought off a group of older kids who tried to steal his bike. That unflinching toughness would define his entire life. By his teens, Gravano was already part of a local street gang known as the Rampers, committing robberies and assaults. His fearlessness caught the attention of members of the Colombo crime family, who introduced him to the mafia's world of power and profit. But it was the Gambino family, under boss Paul Castellano, that would ultimately claim him. Gravano quickly earned a reputation as a reliable earner and a capable killer. He was loyal, calculating, and disciplined, the perfect soldier. When Castellano's leadership came under fire in the early 1980s, Gravano joined forces with John Gotti, a charismatic and ambitious capo who wanted to take over the Gambino family. On December 16, 1985, Gotti made his move. In a daring public assassination outside Sparks Steakhouse in Manhattan, Castellano and his driver were gunned down. Gravano helped plan the hit and personally supervised the operation. The murder changed the mafia's power structure overnight. John Gotti became the new Gambino boss, and Gravano was rewarded for his loyalty with a position as underboss, second only to Gotti himself. For a time, life under Gotti seemed untouchable. The media dubbed him the Dapper Don for his flashy suits and the Teflon Don for his ability to avoid conviction despite repeated indictments. Gravano served as Gotti's enforcer, running construction rackets, extortion schemes, and labor unions. Together, they controlled an empire worth millions. But beneath the glamour, cracks began to form. Gotti's obsession with fame, his appearances in newspapers, his loud public persona, his love for attention, infuriated Gravano. The mafia was built on secrecy, yet Gotti acted like a celebrity. Meanwhile, law enforcement was closing in. The FBI had planted hidden microphones in Gotti's headquarters, the Ravenite Social Club, and in apartments used for meetings. Those tapes would prove to be Gotti's downfall, and Gravano's too. When the FBI arrested both men in 1990, prosecutors had hours of recordings capturing Gotti, discussing murders, criminal operations, and, most devastatingly, blaming Gravano for many of the crimes. On the tapes, Gotti called him greedy, reckless, and disposable. To Gravano, who had killed for Gotti and risked everything for him, the betrayal was personal. Faced with a life sentence, Gravano made a fateful choice. He would cooperate with the government. His decision stunned the mafia world. The Gambino underboss, a man who had personally participated in or ordered 19 murders, was turning against the boss of all bosses. Gravano met with federal prosecutors and FBI agents, recounting the details of the Gambino hierarchy, murder plots, and internal disputes. His testimony was the nail in John Gotti's coffin. In 1992, Gotti was convicted of 5 murders, racketeering, and conspiracy, and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Gravano, the government's star witness, was given a remarkably light sentence, just 5 years, in exchange for his cooperation. After his release, Gravano entered the Federal Witness Protection Program, living under a new identity in Arizona. But the quiet life didn't suit him. In the late 1990s, he resurfaced, not as a criminal, but as a media sensation. He gave interviews, published a memoir, Underboss, and even appeared on talk shows. America was captivated by his candor and disturbed by his lack of remorse. However, Gravano's taste for power and money hadn't faded. In 2000, he was arrested again, this time for running a massive ecstasy trafficking ring with his family and associates in Arizona. The irony was brutal. The man who betrayed the mafia for freedom had become a drug dealer in witness protection. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison, serving most of it before being released in 2017. Since his release, Gravano has returned to the public eye through social media and YouTube, where he discusses life in the mafia, his crimes, and his regrets. Though critics argue he still glorifies violence. Despite his attempts to rebrand as a cautionary figure, the shadow of betrayal still defines him. Sammy Gravano remains one of the most disturbing figures in organized crime history, not because of the murders he committed, but because of what his betrayal revealed about the mafia itself. Loyalty, the mafia's most sacred value, was nothing but an illusion. When Gotti turned on Gravano, and Gravano turned on Gotti, it proved what Buscetta had said years before: there is no honor among killers. Today, Gravano's legacy is one of contradictions: a ruthless killer, a government witness, a storyteller, and a symbol of the mafia's downfall. His cooperation helped dismantle the most powerful crime family in America, but at the cost of his own soul. In the end, Sammy the Bull Gravano destroyed both the man he served and the code he once lived by. And in doing so, he showed the world that even the strongest mafia bonds could be broken, not by bullets, but by betrayal. Few mafia turncoats have captured the public imagination like Henry Hill, the notorious gangster whose life of crime, betrayal, and survival became immortalized in Martin Scorsese's 1990 masterpiece Goodfellas. Hill's story, from a wide-eyed Brooklyn teenager to a ruthless mob associate to a hunted federal witness, offers a disturbing glimpse into the seductive and brutal world of the American mafia. It's a tale of greed, glamour, addiction, and the ultimate price of disloyalty. Henry Hill was born on June 11, 1943, in Brooklyn, New York, to an Irish father and Sicilian mother. Growing up near the working-class neighborhood of Brownsville, East New York, Hill was surrounded by mob activity from an early age. The neighborhood was controlled by the Lucchese crime family, whose members were treated like kings by the locals. Hill, fascinated by their wealth, respect, and swagger, idolized them. At just 11 years old, Hill began running errands for Paul Vario, a powerful Lucchese capo who operated out of a taxi stand. To me, Hill would later say, being a gangster was better than being president of the United States. By his teens, he was fully immersed in the mob lifestyle, hijacking trucks, running numbers, and learning the unspoken rules of the mafia world. Although he was never a made man due to his half-Irish blood, Hill became a trusted associate within the Lucchese family. He was ambitious, charming, and unafraid of violence, the perfect criminal apprentice. He soon partnered with James "Jimmy the Gent" Burke, a feared and calculating mobster known for his ruthlessness, and Tommy DeSimone, a volatile enforcer with a hair-trigger temper. Together, they formed one of the most dangerous crews in the New York underworld. The trio's rise came during the Mafia's golden age of the 1960s and 1970s. Hill and his crew were involved in nearly every lucrative racket imaginable: loan sharking, extortion, hijacking, drug dealing, and illegal gambling. They made millions hijacking cargo trucks at JFK Airport, including one of the most famous heists in American history, the Lufthansa heist of 1978, in which an estimated $6 million in cash and jewels were stolen from the airport's cargo terminal. It was the largest cash robbery ever committed on U.S. soil at the time. But what should have been a victory for the Lucchese crew quickly became their downfall. The money sparked paranoia, greed, and bloodshed. Burke, afraid that associates would talk, began methodically murdering everyone involved in the heist. Bodies piled up in cars, dumpsters, and meat trucks across New York. Hill, who knew too much, realized that sooner or later he could be next. Meanwhile, Hill's personal life was spiraling out of control. He was married to Karen Hill, who was equally drawn to the fast life, the mink coats, the nightclubs, the bribes. But behind the luxury was chaos. Hill became addicted to cocaine and began dealing heavily, violating the Mafia's ban on narcotics. His reckless behavior made him a target not only for law enforcement, but also for his own mob family. In 1980, the law finally caught up with him. Hill was arrested on drug trafficking charges and faced a potential life sentence. With the Lucchese family ready to eliminate him for being a liability, Hill made the decision that would shock the underworld. He became an informant for the FBI. His cooperation was explosive. Hill exposed the inner workings of the Lucchese family and testified against Paul Vario and Jimmy Burke, two of the most feared men in New York organized crime. His testimony led to major convictions and effectively dismantled key operations of the Lucchese family. In return, Hill and his family entered the Federal Witness Protection Program, relocated under new identities, and tried to start fresh. But the allure of crime and chaos followed him everywhere. Hill struggled to adjust to ordinary life. He was repeatedly arrested for drug offenses, drunk driving, and domestic disputes. The FBI eventually expelled him from witness protection after he kept contacting the media and returning to criminal behavior. In 1985, Hill co-authored the book Wise Guy: Life in a Mafia Family with journalist Nicholas Pileggi, detailing his life in organized crime and his decision to turn informant. The book became a bestseller and was adapted into Goodfellas in 1990, directed by Martin Scorsese and starring Ray Liotta as Hill, Robert De Niro as Jimmy Burke, fictionalized as Jimmy Conway, and Joe Pesci as Tommy DeSimone. The film became a cultural phenomenon, a brutal, unflinching portrait of the Mafia's seductive destruction. The film's success turned Hill into a reluctant celebrity. He made public appearances, gave interviews, and even appeared on Howard Stern and Oprah Winfrey to discuss his past. Yet the fame was double-edged. For many in law enforcement, Hill was a criminal who had escaped justice. For others, he was a cautionary tale about the price of greed and betrayal. In his later years, Hill expressed remorse for his crimes, but never fully renounced his criminal past. He became a painter, restaurateur, and media personality, often romanticizing the very life he once risked everything to escape. Despite decades of fear that the Mafia would eventually find and kill him, Hill managed to outlive most of his old crew. On June 12, 2012, Henry Hill died in Los Angeles from complications related to heart disease just one day after his 69th birthday. He died a free man, a rare outcome for a mafia insider who had betrayed the code. Henry Hill's story remains one of the most disturbing and iconic tales of the American underworld. It is a story of seduction and survival, how a street kid from Brooklyn rose to live the dream life of a gangster, only to watch it crumble under the weight of paranoia and betrayal. His legacy endures not just through Goodfellas, but as a grim reminder that in the mafia there are no happy endings, only the illusion of one. Few mafia turncoats have captured the public imagination like Henry Hill, the notorious gangster whose life of crime, betrayal and survival became immortalized in Martin Scorsese's 1990 masterpiece Goodfellas. Hill's story, from a wide-eyed Brooklyn teenager to a ruthless mob associate to a hunted federal witness, offers a disturbing glimpse into the seductive and brutal world of the American mafia. It's a tale of greed, glamour, addiction, and the ultimate price of disloyalty. Henry Hill was born on June 11, 1943, in Brooklyn, New York, to an Irish father and Sicilian mother. Growing up near the working-class neighborhood of Brownsville, East New York, Hill was surrounded by mob activity from an early age. The neighborhood was controlled by the Lucchese crime family, whose members were treated like kings by the locals. Hill, fascinated by their wealth, respect, and swagger, idolized them. At just 11 years old, Hill began running errands for Paul Vario, a powerful Lucchese capo who operated out of a taxi stand. "To me," Hill would later say, "being a gangster was better than being president of the United States." By his teens, he was fully immersed in the mob lifestyle, hijacking trucks, running numbers, and learning the unspoken rules of the mafia world. Although he was never a made man due to his half-Irish blood, Hill became a trusted associate within the Lucchese family. He was ambitious, charming, and unafraid of violence, the perfect criminal apprentice. He soon partnered with James "Jimmy the Gent" Burke, a feared and calculating mobster known for his ruthlessness, and Tommy DeSimone, a volatile enforcer with a hair-trigger temper. Together, they formed one of the most dangerous crews in the New York underworld. The trio's rise came during the mafia's golden age of the 1960s and 1970s. Hill and his crew were involved in nearly every lucrative racket imaginable: loan sharking, extortion, hijacking, drug dealing, and illegal gambling. They made millions hijacking cargo trucks at JFK Airport, including one of the most famous heists in American history, the Lufthansa heist of 1978, in which an estimated $6 million in cash and jewels was stolen from the airport's cargo terminal. It was the largest cash robbery ever committed on U.S. soil at the time. But what should have been a victory for the Lucchese crew quickly became their downfall. The money sparked paranoia, greed, and bloodshed. Burke, afraid that associates would talk, began methodically murdering everyone involved in the heist. Bodies piled up in cars, dumpsters, and meat trucks across New York. Hill, who knew too much, realized that sooner or later he could be next. Meanwhile, Hill's personal life was spiraling out of control. He was married to Karen Hill, who was equally drawn to the fast life, the mink coats, the nightclubs, the bribes. But behind the luxury was chaos. Hill became addicted to cocaine and began dealing heavily, violating the mafia's ban on narcotics. His reckless behavior made him a target not only for law enforcement, but also for his own mob family. In 1980, the law finally caught up with him. Hill was arrested on drug trafficking charges and faced a potential life sentence. With the Lucchese family ready to eliminate him for being a liability, Hill made the decision that would shock the underworld. He became an informant for the FBI. His cooperation was explosive. Hill exposed the inner workings of the Lucchese family and testified against Paul Vario and Jimmy Burke, two of the most feared men in New York organized crime. His testimony led to major convictions and effectively dismantled key operations of the Lucchese family. In return, Hill and his family entered the Federal Witness Protection Program, relocated under new identities, and tried to start fresh. But the allure of crime and chaos followed him everywhere. Hill struggled to adjust to ordinary life. He was repeatedly arrested for drug offenses, drunk driving, and domestic disputes. The FBI eventually expelled him from witness protection after he kept contacting the media and returning to criminal behavior. In 1985, Hill co-authored the book Wise Guy: Life in a Mafia Family with journalist Nicholas Pileggi, detailing his life in organized crime and his decision to turn informant. The book became a bestseller and was adapted into Goodfellas in 1990, directed by Martin Scorsese and starring Ray Liotta as Hill, Robert De Niro as Jimmy Burke, fictionalized as Jimmy Conway, and Joe Pesci as Tommy DeSimone. The film became a cultural phenomenon, a brutal, unflinching portrait of the mafia's seductive destruction. The film's success turned Hill into a reluctant celebrity. He made public appearances, gave interviews, and even appeared on Howard Stern and Oprah Winfrey to discuss his past. Yet the fame was double-edged. For many in law enforcement, Hill was a criminal who had escaped justice. For others, he was a cautionary tale about the price of greed and betrayal. In his later years, Hill expressed remorse for his crimes, but never fully renounced his criminal past. He became a painter, restaurateur, and media personality, often romanticizing the very life he once risked everything to escape. Despite decades of fear that the mafia would eventually find and kill him, Hill managed to outlive most of his old crew. On June 12, 2012, Henry Hill died in Los Angeles from complications related to heart disease just one day after his 69th birthday. He died a free man, a rare outcome for a mafia insider who had betrayed the code. Henry Hill's story remains one of the most disturbing and iconic tales of the American underworld. It is a story of seduction and survival, how a street kid from Brooklyn rose to live the dream life of a gangster, only to watch it crumble under the weight of paranoia and betrayal. His legacy endures not just through Goodfellas, but as a grim reminder that in the mafia there are no happy endings, only the illusion of one. Among all the mafia informants in American history, few were as influential or as feared as Aladina Jimmy the Weasel Fratiano, the first known high-ranking mafia boss to turn government witness. His testimony in the late 1970s exposed the hidden workings of organized crime on the West Coast, revealing its deep ties to labor unions, Hollywood, and Las Vegas. Fratiano wasn't just another turncoat. He was a mob insider who helped dismantle the very empire he once helped build. Born on November 14, 1913 in Cleveland, Ohio, to Italian immigrant parents, Fratiano's early life was defined by poverty and violence. By the age of 14, he had already dropped out of school and joined a local street gang. He earned the nickname the Weasel from police officers after he managed to escape custody during an arrest, a name that stuck with him for the rest of his life, though he reportedly hated it. In his 20s, Fratiano moved to Los Angeles, drawn by the promise of opportunity and the underworld's booming business scene. It was here that he would become one of the most powerful figures in California's organized crime network, a key member of the Los Angeles crime family, and a bridge between the East Coast Mafia and the West Coast underworld. Through the 1940s and 1950s, Fratianno climbed the ranks by mastering the art of corruption and intimidation. He ran rackets in gambling, extortion, and labor racketeering, and developed close ties with major mob families in Chicago, New York, and Las Vegas. He was especially involved in the Teamsters Union, where mafia infiltration of pension funds helped finance casino developments and real estate ventures throughout Nevada. But Fratianno wasn't just a businessman. He was also a killer, responsible for, or directly involved in, multiple murders. He knew everyone who mattered in organized crime at the time: Frank the Enforcer Nitti, Tony Accardo, Jack Dragna, and Sam Giancana. He had connections in politics, entertainment, and law enforcement. He was a true insider until the mafia itself turned on him. By the 1970s, internal power struggles in the Los Angeles family created dangerous fractures. The new leadership, led by Dominic Bruglia, began to see Fratianno as a threat. Rumors swirled that there was a contract out on his life. Facing potential death, Fratianno made a choice that would shake the mafia world to its core. He flipped. In 1977, Fratianno agreed to cooperate with the FBI and federal prosecutors, becoming the highest-ranking mafioso at that time to turn state's witness. His knowledge of the mafia's inner workings was unparalleled. He testified in dozens of cases across the country, including the prosecution of mob leaders from Los Angeles, Chicago, and New York, and even helped convict former allies like Bruglia. His testimony was instrumental in uncovering the mafia's control of the Teamsters Union, its infiltration into Hollywood film unions, and its involvement in Las Vegas casinos. He revealed shocking details about mob influence in the entertainment industry, including the extortion of movie producers, labor union manipulation, and attempts to control studio contracts. Fratianno also exposed the national structure of La Cosa Nostra, confirming that regional crime families across America were governed by an interlinked network that took orders from the powerful Commission, a governing council of mafia bosses first established in the 1930s. Unlike many mafia informants, Fratianno didn't turn for immunity. He turned to stay alive. He knew that cooperating with the government was his only way out of the deadly infighting that had consumed his organization. His cooperation earned him a reduced sentence, but it also made him one of the mafia's most hunted men. In 1978, the federal government placed him in the Witness Security Program, relocating him under a new identity. However, Fratianno found anonymity difficult. He had lived his life in luxury and power. Disappearing into suburbia was unbearable. He gave interviews, wrote books, and even appeared on television, discussing his criminal past in unsettlingly casual detail. His autobiography, The Last Mafioso, 1981, written with journalist Ovid Demaris, became a bestseller and remains one of the most detailed first-hand accounts of American organized crime ever published. In it, Fratianno described not only his rise through the mafia ranks, but also the moral emptiness of the life he once glorified. "There's no honor in it," he said. "You live by fear and die by fear." Despite being under protection, Fratianno continued to live recklessly. He frequently broke witness protection rules, gave public statements, and reconnected with old acquaintances, behavior that infuriated federal agents and terrified his handlers. The mafia, meanwhile, never stopped looking for him. Multiple sources have confirmed that there were active contracts on his life for decades. Yet, in a dark twist of fate, Jimmy the Weasel outlived almost everyone who wanted him dead. Many of his former associates were imprisoned or murdered, while he lived quietly in the United States under an assumed name. In his later years, he reportedly spent his days fishing, gardening, and occasionally speaking with journalists curious about his notorious past. Aladena Jimmy the Weasel Fratianno died of natural causes in 1993 at the age of 79, a peaceful end that few in the Mafia ever achieve. Fratianno's decision to betray La Cosa Nostra marked a turning point in US law enforcement's war against organized crime. His cooperation paved the way for RICO prosecutions and inspired future high-profile witnesses like Sammy the Bull Gravano. His testimony shattered the Mafia's illusion of invincibility and exposed it to public scrutiny in a way no one had before. To this day, Fratianno remains one of the most disturbing and paradoxical figures in mob history, a cold-blooded killer who became the government's greatest weapon against the organization he once swore loyalty to. His life serves as a chilling reminder that in the world of organized crime, power and betrayal are two sides of the same bloody coin. In the end, Jimmy the Weasel didn't escape justice. He simply outlived it. Before Aladena Jimmy the Weasel Fratianno, there was Joseph Valachi, the man who changed how America viewed organized crime forever. His decision to testify publicly before the U.S. Senate in 1963 marked the first time a sworn member of the Mafia broke the code of omertà, the sacred vow of silence. With Valachi's words, the hidden world of La Cosa Nostra was dragged into the light, shattering decades of secrecy and denial. Born on September 22, 1904, in East Harlem, New York, Valachi grew up in poverty amid the immigrant tenements that would become the breeding ground for organized crime in the early 20th century. Like many Italian-American youths of his era, he found belonging and protection not in school or religion, but in the streets. By his teens, he had joined a small-time gang known as the Minutemen, skilled car thieves and stick-up artists who operated in the Bronx. Valachi was fearless and loyal, qualities that drew the attention of major crime figures. After serving time in Sing Sing prison in the late 1920s, he was recruited by Gaetano Tommy Reyna, the head of the Reyna crime family, one of the early 5 families of New York. When Reyna was murdered during the Mafia's violent reshuffling under Lucky Luciano, Valachi aligned himself with Luciano's organization, led by Vito Genovese. This family would eventually bear Genovese's name, and it was here that Valachi spent most of his criminal career. For decades, Joseph Valachi was a low-profile soldier, reliable, quiet, and utterly devoted to the Mafia code. He ran gambling operations, extortion schemes, and other rackets that funded the Genovese family's empire. To the outside world, he was invisible. To his bosses, he was indispensable. But beneath his loyalty was a deep paranoia, a fear that one day the same organization he served might turn on him. That fear became reality in 1959, when Valachi was imprisoned for narcotics trafficking and found himself sharing a cell block with his boss, Vito Genovese. By this time, Genovese was paranoid, convinced that law enforcement and rival factions were plotting against him. He began to suspect that Valachi was a traitor. In the underworld, even the hint of betrayal is a death sentence. Valachi noticed the shift immediately. Other inmates started avoiding him. Genovese's men whispered in corners. One day, a fellow prisoner gave him a kiss on the cheek, the Mafia's silent signal of impending death. Consumed by fear and distrust, Valachi snapped. Mistaking another inmate for a hitman sent by Genovese, he beat the man to death with a pipe. It was a fatal mistake, but also a turning point. Facing a life sentence and believing his own death was inevitable, Valachi made a decision that would make him one of the most infamous informants in mafia history. He agreed to cooperate with federal investigators, specifically with Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy, who was waging an aggressive campaign against organized crime. In 1963, Valachi testified before the United States Senate's Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations in what became known as the Valachi hearings. For the first time, the American public heard from a real mafia insider, a man who had taken the oath, attended meetings, and witnessed executions. Valachi's testimony revealed the existence of a national crime syndicate known as La Cosa Nostra, our thing, a term that had previously been dismissed as myth. He named over 300 individuals connected to the organization and described its structure. The Commission, the 5 families of New York, and the code of silence that governed them all. The hearings were televised, turning Valachi into an unlikely celebrity. Millions of Americans watched in shock as he calmly explained how murders were ordered, how bribes were paid, and how loyalty was enforced through fear. He even demonstrated the mafia initiation ritual, describing how new members pricked their finger, burned a saint's image in their hands, and swore allegiance unto death. For law enforcement, Valachi's revelations were invaluable. They confirmed the mafia's existence beyond doubt and gave investigators the framework needed to dismantle it. His cooperation marked the beginning of modern organized crime investigations and laid the foundation for future RICO prosecutions decades later. But within the mafia, Valachi's name became synonymous with betrayal. To break omertà was considered worse than murder. Genovese, still imprisoned, placed a $100,000 bounty on his former soldier's head, a fortune in the 1960s. Valachi was placed under heavy federal protection and spent the rest of his life behind bars, isolated but alive. In 1968, he published The Valachi Papers, a book that detailed his experiences and gave readers an unprecedented look inside the mafia's daily operations. Although the US government initially tried to suppress it, fearing it glamorized crime, the book became a bestseller. It inspired movies, documentaries, and countless FBI training manuals. Valachi lived out his final years in prison, far from the streets he once ruled. He died of a heart attack in 1971 at the age of 66. His legacy remains controversial. To some, he was a coward who betrayed his family and broke sacred vows. To others, he was a man who shattered a wall of silence that had allowed organized crime to thrive unchecked for decades. Either way, his actions permanently changed how America understood and fought the mafia. Before Valachi, the mafia was a rumor, a whispered legend denied by politicians and police alike. After Valachi, it became an undeniable reality. His decision to speak was the first crack in a fortress of silence that would, over time, collapse entirely. Even today, his name echoes through FBI training rooms and mafia lore alike. Joseph Valachi, the man who betrayed the betrayers, proved that even the strongest criminal brotherhood can be undone by fear, paranoia, and the will to survive. Few mafia informants have left a cultural mark as deep as Henry Hill, the real-life mobster whose story inspired Martin Scorsese's 1990 classic Goodfellas. Charismatic, reckless, and dangerously ambitious, Hill's life was a wild ride through organized crime's golden years, from high-stakes heists to brutal betrayals. His decision to flip on the Lucchese crime family in 1980 didn't just save his life. It exposed the underbelly of New York's mafia empire and transformed the way America viewed the mob. Born on June 11, 1943, in Brooklyn, New York, Henry Hill grew up idolizing the wise guys who ran his neighborhood. He was half Irish, half Sicilian, a background that meant he could never become a made man, but that didn't stop him from wanting to live like one. At just 11 years old, Hill began hanging around the cab stand owned by Paul Vario, a capo regime in the Lucchese family. The men treated him with respect, gave him small jobs, and showed him what power looked like. In Hill's own words, "To me, being a gangster was better than being president of the United States." By his teens, Hill was fully immersed in mob life. He learned to run errands, fix bets, and smooth out problems with charm or violence, whichever the situation demanded. He became part of Paul Vario's inner circle, alongside Jimmy the Gent Burke and Tommy DeSimone, both notorious for their tempers and their fearlessness. Together, they formed one of the most dangerous crews in the Lucchese organization. The trio's criminal portfolio included loan sharking, hijacking, gambling, and drug smuggling. But their most infamous score came in 1978, the Lufthansa heist at JFK Airport. Orchestrated by Jimmy Burke, the operation netted nearly $6 million in cash and jewels, equivalent to over $25 million today, making it the largest cash robbery in American history. The aftermath of the heist, however, spiraled into bloodshed. Burke, paranoid that someone would talk, began eliminating anyone connected to the robbery. Bodies started turning up in cars, dumpsters, and abandoned lots across New York. Hill, realizing how quickly loyalty could turn into a death sentence, began to see the writing on the wall. Meanwhile, his own life was unraveling. His drug addiction grew out of control, and his constant paranoia made him reckless. Despite mob rules forbidding drug dealing, Hill ran a lucrative cocaine operation on the side, one that soon attracted the attention of the FBI. In 1980, after being arrested for drug trafficking, he was faced with a choice: keep quiet and die at the hands of his crew, or cooperate with the government and live to tell the story. He chose survival. Henry Hill became one of the most valuable witnesses in FBI history, providing detailed testimony against key members of the Lucchese family, including Paul Vario and Jimmy Burke. His cooperation led to multiple convictions, exposing the inner mechanics of the mafia's rackets, their airport heists, and the deep corruption that tied organized crime to unions, law enforcement, and business interests. What made Hill's testimony so devastating was his unfiltered honesty. He didn't just name names, he described the lifestyle in vivid detail: the money, the fear, the women, the violence, and the false sense of invincibility that defined mob life. His accounts gave prosecutors and the public a rare, humanized view of the mafia from the inside. In return for his cooperation, Hill was placed into the Witness Protection Program along with his wife Karen Hill and their 2 children. They were relocated under new identities, moving across several states. But anonymity didn't come easily. Hill struggled to adjust to life outside the mob. He missed the adrenaline, the respect, and the sense of belonging. Throughout the 1980s and 1990s, Hill's name re-emerged through books, interviews, and eventually Hollywood. Journalist Nicholas Pileggi chronicled his story in Wise Guy, Life in a Mafia Family, 1985, which became the basis for Goodfellas. The film's success turned Hill into a household name, immortalizing his rise and fall with brutal honesty. But even fame couldn't save him from his demons. Despite being under protection, Hill repeatedly violated program rules. He returned to old habits, drinking heavily, using drugs, and getting involved in minor crimes. In 1987, he was expelled from the Witness Protection Program entirely, forced to survive on his own under constant threat from mafia hitmen. Remarkably, the mafia never managed to kill him. Most of the men who wanted him dead were either imprisoned or dead themselves by the 1990s. Hill spent his later years giving interviews, making public appearances, and even selling artwork and mob-related memorabilia. He embraced his notoriety with a mix of pride and self-awareness, often reflecting on how crime had both made and destroyed his life. In his later interviews, Hill admitted he lived in constant guilt and anxiety. "I didn't rat because I wanted to," he said. "I ratted because I didn't want to end up in a dumpster." His words captured the core truth of the Mafia. There's no loyalty, only survival. Henry Hill died on June 12, 2012, at age 69, from heart complications. He spent his final years sober, living quietly in California, still haunted by the ghosts of his past. Despite his chaotic life and moral contradictions, his decision to talk reshaped law enforcement's approach to organized crime. His testimony helped dismantle the Lucchese family's power structure and exposed the Mafia's modern evolution, from backroom deals to corporate infiltration. Henry Hill's story remains a paradox, a man both guilty and heroic, both victim and perpetrator. He wasn't driven by conscience, but by fear, and yet his betrayal helped unravel one of the most powerful crime families in America. In the end, Hill embodied the ultimate truth about the mob. There are no happy endings in organized crime. Whether you die in a ditch or in witness protection, the price of betrayal, or loyalty, is always blood, guilt, and the memory of what it cost to survive. In the violent hierarchy of the American Mafia, few betrayals cut deeper than that of Salvatore "Sammy the Bull" Gravano, the man who destroyed the myth of the Teflon Don himself, John Gotti. Once the ruthless underboss of the Gambino crime family, Gravano's decision to turn informant in 1991 shattered the most powerful Mafia dynasty in the United States and permanently rewrote the rules of organized crime. His story is one of loyalty turned to survival, ambition corroded by power, and the brutal truth that no oath in the Mafia is sacred forever. Born on March 12, 1945, in Brooklyn, New York, Gravano grew up in Bensonhurst, a neighborhood steeped in Italian-American tradition and mob influence. As a child, he was bullied for his small stature, earning him the nickname "the Bull" when he single-handedly fought off a group of boys who tried to steal his bicycle. That toughness would come to define him. By his late teens, Gravano was running with street gangs, committing burglaries and assaults. But unlike most young thugs, he possessed an unusual intelligence and discipline. His sense of loyalty and respect for hierarchy caught the attention of local mobsters in the Colombo crime family, who began using him for small jobs. He later transferred to the Gambino family, where his efficiency and composure made him indispensable. Throughout the 1970s and 1980s, Gravano rose steadily through the ranks. He became a trusted enforcer, then a captain, managing lucrative rackets in construction, extortion, and labor unions. Gravano was meticulous and business-minded. He preferred quiet profit over chaos. Yet beneath his calm exterior was a cold-blooded killer. By his own later admissions, Gravano personally participated in at least 19 murders, including that of his close friend and mentor, Louis Milito. In 1985, when John Gotti orchestrated the assassination of Gambino boss Paul Castellano outside Sparks Steakhouse in Manhattan, Gravano played a key role in the hit's planning and aftermath. The murder catapulted Gotti to power, and Gravano became his underboss, second in command of what was now the most powerful crime family in America. Together, they ruled with charisma and fear. Gotti loved the spotlight, reveling in designer suits, expensive dinners, and tabloid headlines. Gravano, in contrast, preferred to stay invisible. He was the tactician behind Gotti's flamboyance, handling the family's day-to-day operations while his boss basked in fame. But that same attention Gotti craved would become their undoing. By the late 1980s, the FBI had grown obsessed with taking down the so-called Teflon Don. After multiple failed prosecutions, agents installed secret wiretaps in the Ravenite Social Club, Gotti's headquarters in Little Italy. Those recordings captured Gotti openly criticizing Gravano and other members of his inner circle, a betrayal that Gravano would never forget. When the FBI finally arrested Gotti and Gravano in 1990, the evidence was overwhelming. Facing life in prison for murder, racketeering and conspiracy, Gravano was forced to confront the brutal truth. Gotti was planning to pin all the violent crimes on him. The man he had protected for years was ready to sacrifice him to save himself. That realization shattered Gravano's loyalty. In 1991, he made the unthinkable decision to cooperate with federal authorities. His testimony was explosive. He detailed Gotti's leadership, the Castellano hit, and the inner structure of the Gambino family. He exposed decades of murders, extortions, and conspiracies, all from first-hand experience. The result was historic. In 1992, John Gotti was convicted on all counts and sentenced to life in prison without parole, ending his reign as the Mafia's most visible boss. Gravano's cooperation not only destroyed Gotti's empire, but also opened the floodgates for future Mafia Informants, marking the beginning of the end for traditional La Cosa Nostra dominance in New York. In exchange for his testimony, Gravano received a 5-year prison sentence, remarkably light considering his crimes. After serving his time, he was released in 1994 and entered the Witness Protection Program under a new identity. For a while, he lived quietly in Arizona, far from the streets of Brooklyn. But old habits die hard. Unable to resist the lure of power and profit, Gravano eventually left witness protection and began running a steroid distribution ring in Arizona with his family. In 2000, he was arrested again and later sentenced to 19 years in prison. Even in exile, the former underboss couldn't escape the shadows of organized crime. Gravano was released in 2017, now an elderly man who had lived several lifetimes: mobster, killer, informant, convict, survivor. In the years since, he has embraced a strange kind of notoriety. He hosts a YouTube channel and podcast, speaking openly about his life in the Mafia, recounting murders, betrayals, and regrets in chillingly calm detail. His digital presence has turned him into both a celebrity and a cautionary tale. Despite his brutal past, Gravano remains articulate and reflective. He insists he flipped not out of cowardice, but because Gotti betrayed him first. "I didn't break the oath," he once said. "Gotti did when he tried to destroy me." His words encapsulate the twisted morality of Mafia life, where honor and treachery often share the same face. Sammy Gravano's betrayal marked the death of the old Mafia code. After his cooperation, dozens of mobsters across America began turning state's witness, realizing that silence no longer guaranteed safety. His testimony changed the landscape of organized crime forever, giving prosecutors the blueprint to dismantle the commission and cripple New York's 5 families. Today, Gravano lives openly under his real name, an aging relic of a vanished underworld. To law enforcement, he's a hero who helped bring down the most dangerous Mafia boss in modern history. To the old guard, he's a traitor who destroyed the last remnants of the code that defined them. In the end, Sammy the Bull Gravano is both, a man who built the Mafia, then buried it. His story is a haunting reminder that in organized crime, loyalty lasts only as long as it's convenient, and every oath eventually meets its price. Before Las Vegas became the glittering symbol of modern entertainment, it was the mafia's playground, a place where millions flowed through casinos and blood often mixed with the money. Few men knew this world more intimately than Frank Culotta, a ruthless Chicago hitman turned government witness who helped expose the dark alliance between organized crime and America's gambling capital. His testimony ripped open the secret world of Sin City's underworld, revealing corruption, greed, and murder beneath the neon lights. Born on December 14, 1938, in Chicago, Illinois, Culotta grew up in the shadow of organized crime. His father worked for the Chicago outfit, the city's dominant mafia family, and his childhood friends included the young and ambitious Anthony "Tony the Ant" Spilotro. Together, they would one day rule Las Vegas's criminal scene, until betrayal turned them against each other. As a teenager, Culotta began running errands for local mobsters, learning the trade of burglary, loan sharking, and extortion. By the 1950s, he had become a trusted enforcer in the Chicago outfit, known for his toughness and loyalty. But it was his lifelong friendship with Spilotro that changed his destiny. In the early 1970s, Tony Spilotro, under orders from the Chicago bosses, moved to Las Vegas to oversee the outfit's interests there, primarily casino skimming operations, jewelry heists, and money laundering. Spilotro brought Culotta along, giving him control of a crew of thieves and killers known as the Hole-in-the-Wall Gang, named for their method of breaking into buildings by cutting holes through walls and ceilings. Culotta's crew terrorized Las Vegas for years, robbing casinos, jewelry stores, and private homes while maintaining close ties with mob-controlled casinos like the Stardust, Fremont, and Horseshoe. They operated with impunity, protected by corrupt officials and Spilotro's fearsome reputation. But as the money rolled in, so did tension. Spilotro's growing ego and violent temper made him reckless. He began drawing unwanted attention from the FBI, who were already investigating casino skimming operations tied to Chicago, Kansas City, and Milwaukee crime families. By the late 1970s, the Bureau had launched Operation Strawman, one of the largest federal investigations into organized crime in Las Vegas history. The turning point came in 1982. Culotta, once Spilotro's right-hand man, began to suspect that his old friend had turned on him. The rumors were true. Spilotro allegedly ordered his execution after Culotta was arrested in connection with a botched burglary. Facing the death penalty and realizing he'd been betrayed by the man he trusted most, Culotta made the decision that would forever alter his life. He flipped. In a move that stunned the underworld, Frank Culotta agreed to cooperate with the FBI and federal prosecutors. His knowledge was explosive. He provided detailed testimony about the Chicago outfit's control of Las Vegas casinos, naming mob bosses like Joseph Aiuppa, Tony Accardo, and Frank "Lefty" Rosenthal, the man whose story would later inspire Robert De Niro's character in Scorsese's Casino. Culotta's cooperation helped prosecutors dismantle the mob's stranglehold on Las Vegas. He testified in numerous trials, including the Las Vegas skimming case, which resulted in the conviction of top outfit figures across several states. His insider knowledge of casino skims, loan sharking, and political corruption exposed how organized crime had built Las Vegas into a money-making machine, one that laundered millions in untaxed cash through legitimate casino operations. What made Culotta's testimony particularly shocking was his candor. He admitted to 4 murders, dozens of robberies, and countless acts of intimidation. He described in chilling detail how Spilotro ordered hits, how stolen goods were fenced through mob channels, and how casino executives were coerced into silence. "I wasn't a saint," he later said, "but I wasn't the worst guy in that life either." Culotta's cooperation also provided critical insight into the hole-in-the-wall gang's violent reign, including their failed 1981 burglary at Bertha's Gifts and Home Furnishings, where the crew was caught red-handed by police after being tipped off by an informant. The botched job marked the beginning of the end for Spilotro's Las Vegas empire. After turning state's witness, Culotta entered the Witness Protection Program, where he lived under various aliases. Unlike many informants, however, he eventually emerged from hiding. Years later, he became a consultant for crime historians and filmmakers, ensuring that his version of events was told accurately. In 1995, when Martin Scorsese released Casino, Culotta served as a technical advisor on the film and even appeared in it as a hitman, playing a role eerily close to his real life. He later collaborated with author Dennis N. Griffin on several books, including Culotta, The Life of a Chicago Criminal, Las Vegas Mobster, and Government Witness, 2007. In his later years, Culotta became an unlikely celebrity in the world of true crime. He hosted YouTube interviews, appeared in documentaries, and spoke candidly about his violent past. He maintained that he had no regrets about turning informant, insisting that Spilotro's betrayal left him no choice. "I lived by the code," he said, "until they broke it first." Culotta died on August 20, 2020, at age 81, reportedly from COVID-19 complications. By then, he had lived longer than most of his mob contemporaries and had outlasted the world he helped destroy. Frank Culotta's story is both terrifying and tragic, a tale of a man who rose to power through crime only to survive by betraying the very brotherhood that made him. His cooperation didn't just end Las Vegas's mob era, it exposed the dark truth behind America's most glamorous city, that its glittering success was built on violence, theft, and the blood of men like him. In the end, Culotta's life proved that in the Mafia, loyalty is currency, and when it runs out, survival becomes the only code that matters. Before Las Vegas became the glittering symbol of modern entertainment, it was the Mafia's playground, a place where millions flowed through casinos and blood often mixed with the money. Few men knew this world more intimately than Frank Culotta, a ruthless Chicago hitman turned government witness who helped expose the dark alliance between organized crime and America's gambling capital. His testimony ripped open the secret world of Sin City's underworld, revealing corruption, greed, and murder beneath the neon lights. Born on December 14, 1938, in Chicago, Illinois, Culotta grew up in the shadow of organized crime. His father worked for the Chicago outfit, the city's dominant mafia family, and his childhood friends included the young and ambitious Anthony "Tony the Ant" Spilotro. Together, they would one day rule Las Vegas's criminal scene until betrayal turned them against each other. As a teenager, Culotta began running errands for local mobsters, learning the trade of burglary, loan sharking, and extortion. By the 1950s, he had become a trusted enforcer in the Chicago outfit, known for his toughness and loyalty. But it was his lifelong friendship with Spilotro that changed his destiny. In the early 1970s, Tony Spilotro, under orders from the Chicago bosses, moved to Las Vegas to oversee the outfit's interests there, primarily casino skimming operations, jewelry heists, and money laundering. Spilotro brought Culotta along, giving him control of a crew of thieves and killers known as the Hole-in-the-Wall Gang, named for their method of breaking into buildings by cutting holes through walls and ceilings. Culotta's crew terrorized Las Vegas for years, robbing casinos, jewelry stores, and private homes while maintaining close ties with mob-controlled casinos like the Stardust, Fremont, and Horseshoe. They operated with impunity, protected by corrupt officials and Spilotro's fearsome reputation. But as the money rolled in, so did tension. Spilotro's growing ego and violent temper made him reckless. He began drawing unwanted attention from the FBI, who were already investigating casino skimming operations tied to Chicago, Kansas City, and Milwaukee crime families. By the late 1970s, the Bureau had launched Operation Strawman, one of the largest federal investigations into organized crime in Las Vegas history. The turning point came in 1982. Culotta, once Spilotro's right-hand man, began to suspect that his old friend had turned on him. The rumors were true. Spilotro allegedly ordered his execution after Culotta was arrested in connection with a botched burglary. Facing the death penalty and realizing he'd been betrayed by the man he trusted most, Culotta made the decision that would forever alter his life. He flipped. In a move that stunned the underworld, Frank Culotta agreed to cooperate with the FBI and federal prosecutors. His knowledge was explosive. He provided detailed testimony about the Chicago outfit's control of Las Vegas casinos, naming mob bosses like Joseph Aiuppa, Tony Accardo, and Frank Lefty Rosenthal, the man whose story would later inspire Robert De Niro's character in Scorsese's Casino. Culotta's cooperation helped prosecutors dismantle the mob's stranglehold on Las Vegas. He testified in numerous trials, including the Las Vegas skimming case, which resulted in the conviction of top outfit figures across several states. His insider knowledge of casino skims, loan sharking, and political corruption exposed how organized crime had built Las Vegas into a money-making machine, one that laundered millions in untaxed cash through legitimate casino operations. What made Culotta's testimony particularly shocking was his candor. He admitted to 4 murders, dozens of robberies, and countless acts of intimidation. He described in chilling detail how Spilotro ordered hits, how stolen goods were fenced through mob channels, and how casino executives were coerced into silence. "I wasn't a saint," he later said, "but I wasn't the worst guy in that life either." Culotta's cooperation also provided critical insight into the hole in the wall gang's violent reign, including their failed 1981 burglary at Bertha's Gifts and Home Furnishings, where the crew was caught red-handed by police after being tipped off by an informant. The botched job marked the beginning of the end for Spilotro's Las Vegas empire. After turning state's witness, Culotta entered the Witness Protection Program, where he lived under various aliases. Unlike many informants, however, he eventually emerged from hiding. Years later, he became a consultant for crime historians and filmmakers, ensuring that his version of events was told accurately. In 1995, when Martin Scorsese released Casino, Culotta served as a technical advisor on the film and even appeared in it as a hitman, playing a role eerily close to his real life. He later collaborated with author Dennis N. Griffin on several books, including Culotta, The Life of a Chicago Criminal, Las Vegas Mobster, and Government Witness, 2007. In his later years, Culotta became an unlikely celebrity in the world of true crime. He hosted YouTube interviews, appeared in documentaries, and spoke candidly about his violent past. He maintained that he had no regrets about turning informant, insisting that Spilotro's betrayal left him no choice. "I lived by the code," he said, "until they broke it first." Culotta died on August 20, 2020, at age 81. Reportedly from COVID-19 complications. By then, He had lived longer than most of his mob contemporaries and had outlasted the world he helped destroy. Frank Carlotta's story is both terrifying and tragic, a tale of a man who rose to power through crime only to survive by betraying the very brotherhood that made him. His cooperation didn't just end Las Vegas's mob era, it exposed the dark truth behind America's most glamorous city, that its glittering success was built on violence, theft, and the blood of men like him. In the end, Carlotta's life proved that in the mafia, loyalty is currency, and when it runs out, survival becomes the only code that matters. Among all tales of infiltration and betrayal in mafia history, none is more legendary or more dangerous than that of Joe Pistone, the FBI agent who lived 6 years undercover as Donnie Brasco, a small-time jewel thief who fooled some of New York's most ruthless gangsters. His operation wasn't just a sting. It was a psychological war against one of the most secretive mafia families in America. By the time it ended, Pistone's work had crippled the Bonanno crime family, exposed the inner workings of the mob, and rewritten how law enforcement fought organized crime. Born on September 17, 1939, in Erie, Pennsylvania, Joseph D. Pistone was raised in a working-class Italian-American family. He studied diligently, graduating with a degree in education before joining the FBI in 1969. Unlike most agents, Pistone had street smarts. He understood the culture, language, and mannerisms of Italian neighborhoods. That authenticity made him the perfect candidate for a new kind of operation, deep, long-term undercover work inside the mafia. In 1976, the FBI tasked Pistone with infiltrating New York's mafia families through the world of stolen jewels and hijacked goods, a key entry point for low-level criminals. He assumed the identity of Donnie Brasco, a tough, smart fence who could move stolen merchandise without questions. With a fake background, burner contacts, and total immersion, Pistone disappeared from his old life and stepped into a deadly world where one mistake meant execution. He began his operation in Brooklyn's Colombo family territory, frequenting bars, restaurants, and social clubs where mobsters gathered. It wasn't long before he met Benjamin Lefty Ruggiero, a soldier in the Bonanno crime family. Ruggiero, a veteran gangster with a gambler's heart, took Brasco under his wing. To him, Donnie was the real deal, streetwise, loyal, and profitable. The two developed a bond that would blur the lines between truth and deception. Through Lefty, Brasco was introduced to Dominic "Sonny Black" Napolitano, one of the Bonanno family's rising captains. Napolitano saw promise in the quiet newcomer and slowly brought him deeper into the organization. Over the next several years, Pistone was given increasingly trusted responsibilities, collecting loans, running errands, and participating in meetings that would later provide the FBI with invaluable intelligence. The longer he stayed, the more dangerous it became. Pistone attended mafia sit-downs, mediated disputes, and even took part in planning hits, though he never personally committed murder. His undercover operation went far beyond any in FBI history. By maintaining his cover for 6 straight years, Pistone became a made man in everything but blood. His infiltration yielded unprecedented insight into how the mafia operated. Pistone recorded conversations about extortion, narcotics, money laundering, and murder, exposing the mafia's control of unions, construction, and illegal gambling. The information he gathered led to over 200 indictments and more than 100 convictions, a devastating blow to the Bonanno and other 5 families. But success came at a heavy emotional cost. Over the years, Pistone formed real attachments to men he knew would be destroyed by his betrayal. He respected Lefty Ruggiero's loyalty and pitied his blind faith in the mob. When the FBI finally ended the operation in 1981, they knew the fallout would be brutal. The Bonanos quickly realized that Donnie Brasco was an undercover agent, and the consequences were swift and bloody. Lefty Ruggiero, who had vouched for Brasco, was marked for death. In the Mafia, sponsoring a traitor was unforgivable. However, the FBI intervened, arresting Ruggiero before he could be killed. Sonny Black Napolitano wasn't as lucky. He was lured to a house in Brooklyn and murdered, his body dumped in the woods for allowing an outsider into the family. For years after, the Mafia seethed over Pistone's betrayal. He was placed under a permanent death sentence by the Bonanno family, a hit that remains technically active to this day. The FBI placed him in protective custody, where he has lived under assumed identities for decades. The Donnie Brasco operation revolutionized organized crime investigations. Before Pistone, the Mafia was viewed as impenetrable, a fortress of silence bound by the code of omertà. His undercover work proved that patience, cultural immersion, and psychological precision could pierce that wall. The operation directly led to the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, RICO, being weaponized against mob families, enabling prosecutors to charge bosses for crimes committed by their subordinates. In 1988, Pistone published his memoir, Donnie Brasco, My Undercover Life in the Mafia, later adapted into the acclaimed 1997 film Donnie Brasco, starring Johnny Depp and Al Pacino. The movie captured the moral weight of his double life, the guilt, fear, and haunting realization that he'd destroyed men he once called friends. Despite the danger, Pistone continued to assist law enforcement worldwide, helping to train agents in undercover techniques and mafia infiltration. His bravery earned him commendations, but also lifelong isolation. The Mafia never forgives, and for Pistone, exposure remains a constant threat. Even decades later, he has said he looks over his shoulder every day. In interviews, Pistone reflects on the human toll of his mission. "People think it's all adrenaline," he once said, "but when you live undercover that long, you stop knowing who you are." Donnie became more real to me than Joe. His words reveal the psychological depth of the role. He wasn't just pretending to be a gangster. He became one in everything but blood. The legacy of Joe Pistone endures not only in law enforcement, but in popular culture. He became the blueprint for modern undercover operations, inspiring countless agents and criminal justice reforms. His work dismantled one of America's most powerful mafia families and permanently altered the criminal landscape. Yet, at its heart, Pistone's story is not just about courage, it's about the price of deception. He lived a life that blurred the boundary between good and evil, duty and betrayal. For 6 years, he played the role of a mobster so convincingly that he earned the trust and ultimately caused the deaths of men who believed in him. Joe Pistone's transformation into Donnie Brasco remains one of the most disturbing and legendary feats in American criminal history. It is a story of sacrifice, identity, and survival in a world where truth could get you killed and lies could save your soul. In the blood-soaked world of organized crime, few figures manage to walk away alive, let alone transform their lives. Michael Franzese, once one of the youngest and richest capos in the Colombo crime family, did the unthinkable. He left the Mafia, turned his back on billions in illegal business, and lived to tell the tale. Known as the Yuppie Don, Franzese's empire stretched from gasoline bootlegging to entertainment, making him one of the most powerful and charismatic mobsters of the 1980s. His journey from New York mob royalty to redeemed motivational speaker is one of the most shocking transformations in mafia history. Born on May 27, 1951, in Brooklyn, New York, Michael was the son of John "Sonny" Franzese, a notorious underboss in the Colombo crime family. Sonny was feared and respected, a ruthless enforcer who had survived decades in prison without breaking omerta, the mafia's sacred code of silence. Growing up in such a household meant Michael's future seemed preordained. He idolized his father, but initially tried to avoid the criminal path, enrolling in Hofstra University with dreams of becoming a doctor. But everything changed in 1975, when his father was sentenced to 50 years in prison for a bank robbery he insisted he didn't commit. Angry, disillusioned, and determined to take care of his family, Michael abandoned his medical ambitions and joined the Colombo family under the mentorship of Capo Carmine Persico, who would later become the family's boss. At just 24, Michael became a made man, officially inducted into the mafia in a secret ceremony where he took the blood oath of loyalty. From that moment, his life transformed. He now wielded real power, running criminal operations that spanned from New York to Los Angeles. But unlike traditional mobsters who thrived on violence, Michael approached organized crime with a businessman's mind. He was polished, intelligent, and innovative, a new breed of mafia leader for the modern age. His most profitable scheme would become infamous, the gasoline bootlegging operation of the late 1970s and early 1980s. Franzese discovered a legal loophole in fuel taxation laws, which allowed him to steal millions in unpaid taxes by setting up fake companies that sold gasoline without remitting taxes to the government. At its peak, the operation was pulling in $8 million a week, making Franzese one of the wealthiest mobsters in America. His lavish lifestyle became the stuff of legend. He owned mansions, luxury cars, and a private jet, mingling with celebrities, athletes, and Hollywood producers. He even became a producer himself, investing in films like Knights of the City and forming business ties in the entertainment industry. The media dubbed him the Prince of the Mafia, while the FBI labeled him one of the most dangerous figures in the Colombo organization. But with power came paranoia. The FBI relentlessly pursued Franzese, determined to bring down his empire. In 1986, their efforts paid off when he was indicted on multiple charges, including racketeering, tax evasion, and fraud. Facing decades behind bars, he made a decision that shocked both law enforcement and the underworld. He pleaded guilty, accepting a 10-year prison sentence and agreeing to pay nearly $15 million in restitution. Unlike traditional mafia informants, Franzese didn't testify against his associates or enter witness protection. Instead, he quietly served his time and plotted an exit from the criminal life altogether. What changed him wasn't fear, it was love. During the filming of Knights of the City, he met Camille Garcia, a young dancer who would become his wife. Her unwavering faith and compassion inspired him to leave the mafia for good. Franzese's decision to walk away was unprecedented. The mafia rarely allowed men of his rank to simply retire, especially one who controlled lucrative operations. Many believed he would be killed within months of release, but somehow he survived. His father, Sonny, reportedly gave his reluctant blessing, telling him, "If you can get out, do it." After his release from prison in 1994, Michael began a new chapter as a motivational speaker, author, and Christian evangelist. He shared his story in books like Blood Covenant and I'll Make You an Offer You Can't Refuse, detailing his rise in the mafia and his spiritual rebirth. His message focused on redemption, integrity, and the dangers of greed, a stark contrast to his past life. Law enforcement officials who once hunted him admit his transformation is genuine. Former FBI agents have publicly vouched for his authenticity, acknowledging that Franzese is one of the only high-ranking mobsters to leave the mafia without becoming an informant or ending up dead. His charisma and intelligence have made him a sought-after speaker at universities, corporations, and even prisons. Yet, the shadow of his past never fully disappeared. The mafia never officially forgives deserters, and his name remains etched in the history of the Colombo family. Franzese himself admits he lives cautiously, aware that revenge could come at any time. Still, he continues to travel, speak, and advocate for young people to stay away from the seductive pull of organized crime. His father, Sonny Franzese, lived to see his son's transformation, passing away in 2020 at the age of 103, the oldest known mafia member in history. Despite their different paths, the bond between father and son remained strong, even after decades of separation, betrayal, and imprisonment. Michael Franzese's story is one of redemption against impossible odds. He represents a rare truth in mafia history, that even in a world built on blood and betrayal, change is possible. His life defies the traditional mob narrative of death or imprisonment. Instead, it's a testament to willpower, faith, and second chances. Today, Franzese uses his past to warn others. "The life I lived," he often says, "is an illusion. The money, the respect, the power, it all comes with a price you can't afford to pay." From mafia royalty to motivational leader, Michael Franzese remains a living paradox, a man who outsmarted the law, defied the mob, and survived both to tell his story. His journey proves that even in the darkest corners of organized crime, the human spirit can still find a way out. Among the long list of mafia turncoats, few were as feared or as valuable to law enforcement as Aladina Jimmy the Weasel Fratiano. A ruthless killer and former acting boss of the Los Angeles crime family, Fratiano became one of the highest-ranking mafia members in U.S. history to become a government witness. His testimony dismantled multiple crime families, exposed national mob connections, and helped the FBI understand the inner mechanics of organized crime from the top down. But his journey from loyal enforcer to hunted traitor is one of the most chilling and tragic tales in mafia history. Born on November 14, 1913, in Cleveland, Ohio, to Italian immigrant parents, Aladina Fratiano grew up in poverty during the Prohibition era. By the age of 19, he was already immersed in crime, running bootlegging operations and engaging in robberies across the Midwest. His street smarts and appetite for violence quickly earned him a reputation. The nickname Jimmy the Weasel came from his quick movements and cunning, traits that served him well in both criminal and survival instincts. By the 1940s, Fratiano had moved to Los Angeles, where he joined the local mafia under Jack Dragna, the city's mob boss. Hollywood's glamour masked the deep corruption that lay beneath: extortion rackets, gambling operations, labor union control, and political manipulation were all under mafia influence. Fratiano became one of Dragna's most trusted soldiers, running gambling dens, bookmaking operations, and contract killings for the West Coast mob. When Dragna died in 1956, power shifted and internal conflicts fractured the Los Angeles organization. Fratiano, however, was no mere foot soldier. His ambition and intelligence made him indispensable to mob leaders in Chicago, New York, and Las Vegas. By the late 1960s, he was serving as a key liaison between the Midwest and West Coast crime syndicates. involved in everything from loan sharking to casino skimming, but Jimmy's temper and greed often brought him trouble. In 1961, he was convicted of extortion and served nearly 10 years in federal prison. Upon release, he re-entered the underworld, older, wiser, and more dangerous than ever. His influence spread throughout California, with connections to the Chicago outfit, Bonanno, and Gambino families. By the mid-1970s, after the murder of boss Dominic Bruglia, Fratianno rose to become acting boss of the Los Angeles family, one of the rare instances of a man outside New York holding such authority. At the height of his power, Fratianno had blood on his hands. He was implicated in multiple murders, including the 1975 execution of Frank the Bomp Bompensiero, a fellow mobster and FBI informant. Ironically, Bompensiero's death would mark the beginning of Jimmy's downfall. When investigators tied him to the killing and federal indictments began stacking up, Fratianno realized his days were numbered, not just in court, but in the mafia itself. The very organization he'd served faithfully for decades had turned against him. Facing life in prison or death by his own associates, Fratianno made a decision that sent shockwaves through the underworld. In 1978, he flipped, agreeing to cooperate fully with the FBI and U.S. Department of Justice. What he revealed would become some of the most damaging insider information in the history of organized crime. Fratianno's testimony led to over 20 federal indictments against high-ranking mob figures across the country. He exposed details of murder conspiracies, corruption, money laundering, and bribery schemes involving judges, labor unions, and politicians. His cooperation also helped investigators connect the dots between the American Mafia and its international networks, from Sicily to Las Vegas. Perhaps most explosive was his revelation that the Mafia had penetrated legitimate industries at every level, from Hollywood studios to construction firms and trucking unions. His cooperation played a crucial role in the racketeer-influenced and corrupt organizations, RICO prosecutions, that crippled several major crime families in the 1980s. For law enforcement, Jimmy the Weasel was a gold mine. For the Mafia, he was the ultimate traitor. His decision to testify broke omertà, the sacred code of silence, on a scale few had ever imagined. Contracts were placed on his head from coast to coast, and mobsters vowed to kill him, no matter how long it took. Under the Witness Protection Program, Fratianno lived under new identities across the United States, but unlike many informants, he couldn't stay hidden for long. His personality, loud, brash, and fearless, often drew attention. He wrote 2 books with journalists, including The Last Mafioso, 1981, which became a bestseller and further enraged his former comrades. In interviews, he was brutally candid, openly admitting to his role in murder and extortion. "I'm no hero," he once said. "I'm just a survivor. I'd have killed them before they killed me." Despite constant threats, Fratianno lived out his remaining years relatively peacefully, something almost unheard of for a mafia informant of his stature. He managed to outlive most of the men who had sworn vengeance against him. The FBI credited him with providing unprecedented insight into the structure and psychology of organized crime. Still, Jimmy the Weasel's life was not one of redemption, but survival. He never expressed deep remorse for his crimes. Instead, he saw himself as a pragmatist who simply did what was necessary to stay alive. In many ways, his cooperation was just another deal, a transaction to buy more time in a world where loyalty was a death sentence. Fratianno died on June 30th, 1993, at the age of 79, from natural causes. No mob hit, no execution, just the quiet end of a man who had outsmarted both the mafia and the justice system. His death marked the closing of an era when killers could become informants and reshape the course of American law enforcement. Aladina Jimmy the Weasel Fratiano's story remains one of the most disturbing paradoxes in mafia history, a man who embodied the code of the underworld but shattered it when it no longer served him. To the mob, he was a rat. To the FBI, he was a savior. To history, he stands as proof that in organized crime, power and survival are never shared. They are stolen, one betrayal at a time. Among all mafia informants, none shocked the underworld quite like Salvatore "Sammy the Bull" Gravano, the feared underboss of the Gambino crime family, and the right-hand man to the infamous John Gotti, the Teflon Don. Gravano's betrayal didn't just topple a crime boss, it obliterated the Gambino empire from within. His decision to turn government witness marked one of the most devastating blows in mafia history, ending decades of untouchable power and exposing the brutal reality of life inside the mob. Born on March 12, 1945 in Brooklyn, New York, Gravano grew up in a tight-knit Italian-American community in Bensonhurst. As a child, he struggled with dyslexia and found himself constantly misunderstood by teachers and peers. But on the streets, he discovered a different kind of education, one built on respect, toughness, and fear. The local mobsters admired his courage, and by his teenage years, Gravano had joined a street gang known as the Rampers, where he earned the nickname Sammy the Bull after single-handedly fighting off a group of older boys who tried to steal his bicycle. His natural leadership and violent streak caught the attention of local wise guys, who soon introduced him to members of the Colombo family. But it was his eventual move to the Gambino crime family, under boss Carlo Gambino and later Paul Castellano, that cemented his place in mafia history. Gravano rose quickly through the ranks, running construction rackets, union skims, and loan sharking operations. He was known as a man who handled problems efficiently, sometimes with negotiation, often with bullets. By the early 1980s, Gravano had aligned himself with John Gotti, a brash, ambitious gangster who openly defied Castellano's leadership. The two formed a deadly alliance that would change the face of organized crime. Gravano, Gotti, and Frank DeCicco plotted Castellano's assassination, a daring move that would catapult them to the top of the Gambino hierarchy. On December 16, 1985, Castellano and his driver were gunned down outside Sparks Steakhouse in Manhattan, a hit orchestrated by Gotti and approved by his inner circle. Within days, Gotti became the new boss, DeCicco his underboss, and Gravano, a powerful capo regime who would soon rise even higher. As Gotti's empire expanded, so did Gravano's influence. He became underboss of the Gambino family, managing the organization's multi-million-dollar construction rackets and mediating disputes across the 5 families. His calm demeanor and strategic mind made him indispensable. Gotti, the flamboyant dapper Don, was the public face. Gravano was the silent architect, keeping everything running behind the scenes. But as federal investigations tightened around Gotti, cracks began to form in their brotherhood. The FBI had bugged Gotti's favorite hangout, the Ravenite Social Club, capturing hundreds of hours of secret conversations. On those tapes, Gotti was heard blaming Gravano for several murders and business failures, calling him greedy and reckless. To the FBI, the tapes were gold. To Gravano, they were betrayal. In 1991, facing multiple murder and racketeering charges, Gravano made a decision that stunned the world. He turned government witness against John Gotti and the Gambino family. His cooperation with federal prosecutors shattered the Mafia's most feared organization. For the first time in history, an underboss, the second in command of an American Mafia family, broke omertà and testified against his own boss. Gravano confessed to 19 murders, including hits on rivals, traitors, and associates who had fallen out of favor. His testimony in United States versus John Gotti provided an insider's view of the Mafia's structure, rituals, and brutal code. It was Gravano's words that ultimately convicted Gotti, who was sentenced to life in prison without parole in 1992. The Teflon Don had finally fallen, and the man who put him there was his closest ally. Gravano's betrayal rocked the Mafia to its core. Across New York, old-school mobsters viewed his cooperation as the ultimate sin. He wasn't just a rat. He was a Judas figure, the man who destroyed the myth of Mafia loyalty. But to federal agents, he was a historic asset. His testimony led to dozens of convictions and exposed the mob's infiltration of construction unions, government contracts, and even legitimate businesses. After the trial, Gravano entered the Witness Protection Program, living under an alias in Arizona. For a while it seemed he might fade into obscurity, but old habits die hard. By the late 1990s, Gravano re-emerged in public, publishing the best-selling memoir Underboss, 1997, and giving high-profile interviews about his time with Gotti. His candor and arrogance made him both fascinating and repulsive to the public. Then came his downfall. Again. In 2000, Gravano was arrested for running an ecstasy trafficking ring in Arizona, proving that even outside the Mafia, he couldn't escape his criminal instincts. He was sentenced to 19 years in federal prison, serving nearly 2 decades before being released in 2017. Today, Gravano lives quietly under his real name, far removed from the glamour and chaos of his past. He hosts podcasts and YouTube interviews, speaking openly about his crimes, psychology, and betrayal. He claims to have no regrets about turning on Gotti, insisting, "He betrayed me first." For historians and crime experts, Gravano remains a controversial figure, both a villain and a revolutionary. His decision to testify permanently weakened the Mafia, emboldening others to follow in his footsteps. Informants like Gravano shattered the code of silence that had protected organized crime for generations. Yet even decades later, he remains haunted by his past. In one interview, he admitted, "I'll never escape who I was. I can talk about redemption, but blood never washes away." Those words capture the essence of his legacy, a man caught between power and conscience, loyalty and survival. Salvatore Sammy the Bull. Gravano's story is one of power, betrayal, and consequence. He proved that in the Mafia, even the most feared men can turn traitor, and that the price of breaking the code is eternal damnation in both worlds. Before Sammy the Bull, before the modern era of wiretaps and RICO prosecutions, there was Joseph Valachi, the first made man in the American Mafia to publicly break omertà, the sacred code of silence. His testimony didn't just expose one crime family. It dragged the entire Mafia empire into the national spotlight, changing law enforcement forever and ending the mob's invisibility in American life. Born on September 22, 1904, in East Harlem, New York, Valachi grew up in a poor Italian immigrant family. His father worked tirelessly as a bricklayer, but the family's struggles in the harsh slums of New York left young Joe looking for another way out. Like many boys of his neighborhood, he found that escape in street gangs, where toughness and loyalty were valued far more than education or social class. By his teens, Valachi had joined the Minutemen gang, a group of young thieves who made their name hijacking trucks and stealing goods from warehouses. Quick, alert, and fearless, Joe earned a reputation for reliability in dangerous jobs. His natural instinct for survival and obedience made him attractive to organized crime figures, and before long he was working under the protection of the Luciano crime family, the future Genovese family. Valachi officially became a made man in the early 1930s, pledging lifelong loyalty to the mafia. Under bosses like Lucky Luciano and Vito Genovese, he ran gambling operations, handled loan sharking, and served as a trusted soldier. But the mafia's golden age, when bosses ruled from the shadows, was about to collide with a federal government desperate to uncover its secrets. For decades, the word mafia was almost a myth to the public, a whisper, a rumor, a ghostly force behind bootlegging and bribery. But by the 1950s, after high-profile murders and the 1957 Appalachian meeting, where over 100 mob bosses were arrested, authorities could no longer deny the mafia's national reach. The FBI, led by J. Edgar Hoover, finally began a full-scale investigation into organized crime. Valachi's downfall came not from a rival gang or police sting, but from paranoia and betrayal within his own ranks. After being sentenced to 15 years for heroin trafficking in 1959, he was sent to the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary, where he shared a cell block with none other than Vito Genovese, now the boss of the family. In prison, Valachi became convinced that Genovese had ordered his death. A rumor spread that a kiss on the cheek, the mafia's silent death sentence, had been delivered to Valachi. One day in 1962, panicked and desperate, he attacked and murdered an inmate he thought was a hitman, only to realize he had killed the wrong man. With a murder charge hanging over him and certain that the mob would not forgive the mistake, Valachi did something no one in mafia history had done before. He turned to the government for protection. What followed would become one of the most shocking betrayals in organized crime history. In 1963, under the protection of the Justice Department, Joseph Valachi became the first insider to testify before the U.S. Senate's McClellan Committee on Organized Crime. His televised testimony reached millions of Americans, and for the first time, the veil of mafia secrecy was ripped apart in public view. Valachi described in vivid detail the mafia's internal structure, its 5 families, initiation rituals, ranks, and the strict code of silence enforced by death. He revealed the meaning of the term Cosa Nostra, our thing, explaining how each family operated independently but cooperated through a national hierarchy. He spoke of hits, payoffs, and power struggles, outlining the hidden system that had controlled gambling, narcotics, and unions for decades. For law enforcement and the public, Valachi's words were explosive. They confirmed that the mafia was not just a loose collection of thugs, but a sophisticated criminal organization embedded in American life. Newspapers called it the Valachi hearings, and his revelations dominated national headlines for months. But while Valachi became a hero to prosecutors, he became a marked man in the criminal underworld. To the mafia, he was worse than a traitor. He was a disease that had infected the organization's sacred silence. His name became synonymous with betrayal, whispered only in hatred. For Valachi, the rest of his life was spent under heavy protection. He was moved between federal prisons, constantly watched by guards to prevent assassination attempts. He wrote a memoir, The Valachi Papers, with author Peter Maas, though the government censored many sections for security reasons. Even so, the book gave readers an unprecedented look into the daily workings of the mob. How loyalty, fear, and money bound men together until death or betrayal tore them apart. Valachi's death came quietly in 1971 when he suffered a heart attack in prison. He died at age 66, not by a mob bullet, but as a forgotten man whose actions had already reshaped history. His legacy remains controversial. Some saw him as a coward who broke the sacred code for self-preservation. Others hailed him as a pioneer of truth, whose courage allowed the government to finally fight the mafia effectively. Regardless of opinion, Joseph Valachi changed everything. His testimony paved the way for later informants like Sammy the Bull Gravano, Henry Hill, and countless others who would dismantle the mafia from the inside. The Valachi hearings marked a turning point, when organized crime's invisible empire was finally exposed to daylight. The mafia's myth of invincibility shattered, and its secrets became part of public record. The FBI gained the knowledge it needed to infiltrate and prosecute, and the code of silence that had protected generations of gangsters began to crumble. In the end, Joseph Valachi's story isn't just about betrayal. It's about revelation. He was both sinner and savior, killer and truth-teller. His life proved that even in a world built on loyalty, fear is the most powerful force of all. Few mafia informants captured the public imagination quite like Henry Hill, the charismatic gangster whose life inspired the legendary film Goodfellas. His story blends charm, crime, betrayal, and chaos, a vivid descent into the underworld of the Lucchese crime family and the violent world of mob life in New York. But behind the cinematic glamour lies a disturbing truth. Henry Hill's testimony helped dismantle one of the most profitable and ruthless crime syndicates in America. Henry Hill was born on June 11, 1943, in Brooklyn, New York, to an Irish father and Sicilian mother. This mixed heritage would define his place in the mob, accepted as an associate but never eligible to become a made man, since full Italian blood was a requirement. Yet from an early age, Hill was captivated by the mafia's power. His childhood home sat directly across from a cab stand run by Paul Vario, a powerful captain in the Lucchese family. To most of the neighborhood, the mobsters who gathered there were like movie stars, men who drove Cadillacs, wore fine suits, and commanded respect with a nod. To me, Hill would later say, they were the coolest guys in the world. By age 11, he was running errands for the gangsters, parking cars, fetching coffee, and doing small favors in exchange for tips. By his teens, Hill was fully immersed in mob culture. Under Paul Vario's mentorship, he learned the art of hustling, loan sharking, hijacking trucks, and fixing bets. He also befriended two figures who would shape his destiny: James "Jimmy the Gent" Burke, an Irish enforcer with a terrifying reputation, and Tommy DeSimone, a volatile hitman with no regard for human life. Together, they formed one of the most profitable crews in the Lucchese family. The 1960s and 1970s were Hill's glory years. He was involved in robberies, smuggling, and extortion, living a high life of cocaine, cash, and chaos. He became rich overnight, throwing parties that lasted days and indulging in everything the mafia lifestyle promised. But beneath the surface, danger was growing, and it all came crashing down with one of the biggest heists in American history, the Lufthansa robbery. In December 1978, Burke's crew stole nearly $6 million in cash and jewels from a Lufthansa Airlines vault at JFK Airport, the largest cash robbery in U.S. history at the time. The operation was precise, audacious, and deadly. As law enforcement pressure mounted, Burke began systematically murdering anyone who might implicate him, including several of Hill's closest friends. The bodies piled up fast, and paranoia infected every member of the crew. Hill's own downfall began soon after. His increasing cocaine addiction made him reckless. He began running drug operations behind Vario's back, violating mafia rules and drawing unwanted attention from the FBI. In 1980, federal agents arrested him on drug trafficking charges. Facing years in prison and likely death from the Lucchese family, Hill made the same choice as Joseph Valachi and Sammy Gravano. He flipped. Under the protection of the FBI's witness security program, Hill became one of the most valuable mafia informants in history. His detailed testimony exposed the inner workings of the Lucchese family, identifying key players in the Lufthansa robbery and several murders. He also provided information that led to the conviction of Paul Vario and Jimmy Burke, both of whom were powerful and feared within the organization. Hill's cooperation didn't just dismantle a crew. It shattered the illusion of mafia invincibility that had captivated America for decades. His accounts were rich in detail, describing everything from initiation rituals to corruption inside police precincts. His story gave birth to Nicholas Pileggi's 1985 book Wise Guy, which was later adapted by Martin Scorsese into Goodfellas, 1990. One of the most iconic crime films ever made. But real life was far from glamorous for Henry Hill. Even under witness protection, he couldn't escape his addictions and criminal impulses. He and his family were relocated multiple times, yet Hill repeatedly violated security protocols, using his real name in public and engaging in new illegal ventures. In 1987, he was expelled from the program after a series of arrests and drug relapses. The rest of his life became a tragic spiral. Hill tried to reinvent himself as a celebrity ex-gangster, appearing on talk shows, writing cookbooks, and selling his own brand of pasta sauce. But behind the jokes and fame, his demons persisted. He was arrested for drug and assault charges multiple times, living on the edge of ruin. Still, his story fascinated the public. There was something uniquely American about Henry Hill. The small-time kid who rose to power, lost everything, and lived to tell about it. Unlike many mobsters, he didn't die in a hail of bullets. Instead, he faded into old age, haunted by what he'd done and what he'd seen. Henry Hill died on June 12, 2012, in Los Angeles, one day after his 69th birthday. His death was quiet, almost ironic for a man whose life had been defined by noise, betrayal, and chaos. Though he had long claimed remorse for his crimes, he also admitted that the thrill of the mafia never truly left him. In the years since, Henry Hill's story has become a cautionary tale of power, loyalty, and greed. His betrayal of the Lucchese family helped law enforcement dismantle a key part of New York's criminal empire, but it also destroyed his own sense of identity. He once said, "You can leave the life, but the life never leaves you." For historians and true crime experts, Hill stands as the archetype of the modern mafia informant, equal parts charming and dangerous, victim and villain. His testimony redefined what the world knew about organized crime, and his legacy endures as a warning. In the mafia, loyalty is fleeting, and survival always comes at a price. Among mafia insiders who broke their code, few were as dangerous or unpredictable as Frank Culotta, a killer, thief, and enforcer who once ruled Las Vegas under the watch of the Chicago outfit. Known as the Vegas Hitman, Culotta lived by the gun, ran the infamous Hole-in-the-Wall gang, and helped build the criminal empire portrayed in Martin Scorsese's Casino. But when loyalty crumbled and the walls closed in, he did the unthinkable. He flipped on his best friend, Anthony "Tony the Ant" Spilotro, and destroyed one of the mob's most profitable operations. Born on December 14, 1938, in Chicago's West Side, Culotta grew up surrounded by crime. His father was a small-time hoodlum, and his neighborhood teemed with bookmakers, thieves, and mobsters. By the time he was a teenager, he was already stealing cars and robbing armored trucks. He quickly earned a reputation for being fearless, a trait that caught the attention of other young gangsters, including Tony Spilotro, a childhood friend who would later become both his boss and his downfall. In the 1950s and 1960s, Culotta climbed the ranks of the Chicago Outfit, the powerful crime syndicate that dominated gambling, labor racketeering, and murder for hire across the Midwest. He became a trusted enforcer, participating in robberies, extortions, and violent hits. But his life changed forever when Spilotro, known for his sadistic temper and ambition, was sent to Las Vegas in the 1970s to oversee the outfit's interests in the casinos. Spilotro's mission was simple: protect the mob's money-skimming operations from casino profits. But his methods were anything but subtle. He brought violence to the glittering desert city, turning Vegas into a war zone of robberies, beatings, and murder. And right beside him was Frank Culotta, his enforcer, bodyguard, and childhood ally. In Vegas, Culotta became the leader of the Hole-in-the-Wall gang, a group of professional burglars who broke into luxury homes and businesses by literally cutting holes through walls and ceilings. They used advanced surveillance gear, police scanners, and inside connections to carry out heists worth millions. Their victims were wealthy casino executives, jewelers, and even fellow criminals. For years, Culotta lived large on stolen cash, fast cars, and the illusion of protection under Spilotro's name. But the power came at a price. The FBI had begun tracking the outfit's activities closely, and Culotta's crew became high-value targets. To make matters worse, Spilotro's paranoia was growing. He suspected Culotta of talking to law enforcement. In 1981, during a planned burglary at Bertha's Gifts and Home Furnishings, Culotta and several of his men were caught in an FBI sting. It was the break federal agents had been waiting for. Facing long prison sentences and certain death from Spilotro, who was notorious for eliminating anyone he suspected of betrayal, Culotta made a decision that would change mafia history. He flipped. In exchange for protection and reduced sentencing, Culotta became a key government witness against the Chicago outfit. He entered the federal witness protection program and began spilling secrets that shocked investigators. His testimony exposed decades of corruption, detailing how the outfit skimmed millions from Las Vegas casinos through frontmen and shell companies. Culotta gave prosecutors a direct link between the Vegas casinos and Chicago bosses, naming high-ranking mobsters like Joey Aiuppa, Frank Balistrieri, and Tony Spilotro himself. He also confessed to multiple murders, robberies, and extortion schemes, describing the brutal efficiency of the outfit's hit squads. The FBI considered him one of the most valuable mafia informants ever produced. His insider knowledge of the Vegas underworld not only dismantled the outfit's operations, but also inspired major media portrayals of organized crime. Much of his story later became the basis for Martin Scorsese's Casino, 1995, where Joe Pesci's character, Nicky Santoro, was based on Spilotro, and Frank Vincent's character, Frank Marino, was inspired by Culotta. But Culotta's life after betrayal was far from safe. Even under protection, he knew the mob would never forgive him. He lived for years under an assumed identity, constantly moving between states, his paranoia always simmering beneath the surface. "You never stop looking over your shoulder," he once said. "The outfit never forgets." In the 1990s, Culotta began re-emerging in public. He worked as a consultant for Casino, ensuring the movie accurately portrayed mob life. Later, he opened a true crime tour in Las Vegas, guiding visitors through the real sites of mob hits and robberies. He wrote several books, including Culotta, The Life of a Chicago Criminal, Las Vegas Mobster, and Government Witness, where he described his violent past in unflinching detail. Despite his cooperation, Culotta never claimed to be a hero. He admitted to being a killer and thief, describing himself as a survivor, not a saint. In interviews, he expressed mixed feelings about turning informant. "I did it to stay alive," he said. "If I hadn't flipped, Spilotro would have buried me in the desert like he did everyone else." Culotta's former boss didn't escape justice for long. In 1986, Tony Spilotro and his brother Michael were brutally murdered and buried in an Indiana cornfield, the same fate Culotta had narrowly escaped. Frank Culotta lived a long and complicated life after betrayal. He spent his final years as a storyteller and consultant, bridging the gap between fact and fiction in the portrayal of organized crime. He died on August 20th, 2020, at age 81, from complications of COVID-19, still claiming he had no regrets about his choices. In Mafia history, Culotta stands as a symbol of survival over loyalty, a man who turned on his own to save himself, and in doing so helped dismantle one of the most powerful crime syndicates in America. His story exposes the true price of life inside the Mafia. Even among friends, betrayal is only one bullet away. In the shadowy corridors of New York's underworld, few betrayals cut as deep as that of Vincent "Fish" Cafaro, a powerful soldier in the Genovese crime family who became one of the FBI's most valuable Mafia informants. For decades, the Genovese family was considered the most secretive, disciplined, and untouchable of New York's 5 families, a silent empire ruled by the legendary Vincent the Chin Gigante. But when Cafaro turned on them, he shattered decades of silence, revealing the inner workings of America's most cunning criminal organization. Born in 1933 in East Harlem, New York, Vincent Cafaro grew up immersed in the Mafia's influence. His father was a low-level associate who taught him early that loyalty and silence were the foundations of survival. The boy who grew up running errands for mobsters soon became one of the most trusted men in the Genovese hierarchy. Smart, calculating, and fiercely loyal, Cafaro earned his nickname Fish for his calm, cold demeanor, never rattled, never flustered, and always watching. By the 1970s, Cafaro had become the right-hand man to Anthony "Fat Tony" Salerno, the powerful front boss of the Genovese family. Salerno controlled the family's numbers racket, loan sharking operations, and construction shakedowns throughout Harlem and the Bronx. As Salerno's protege, Cafaro handled millions in illegal profits, enforced discipline within the ranks, and mediated disputes across territories. To the FBI, he was invisible, a loyal soldier buried deep in the organization's most secretive structure. But beneath his loyalty, Cafaro had begun to question the very code that bound him to the Mafia. He watched as corruption and greed eroded the family's honor, and the leadership became consumed with internal feuds and power struggles. Above all, he grew weary of the hypocrisy of the Chin Gigante, the eccentric boss who feigned insanity for decades to avoid prosecution. Gigante would roam the streets of Greenwich Village in a bathrobe, muttering to himself while secretly commanding one of the most sophisticated criminal empires in the country. In 1983, Cafaro was indicted in a federal racketeering case, facing decades in prison. He refused to talk at first, but years of pressure, combined with disillusionment and fear for his family, began to crack his resolve. The final blow came when he realized that Gigante and Salerno were willing to let him take the fall for their crimes. Betrayed by the very men he had served faithfully, Cafaro made a decision that would change Mafia history. He became an informant. In 1986, Cafaro approached the FBI and offered to cooperate. His decision sent shockwaves through the underworld. Unlike most mob informants, Cafaro wasn't a fringe player or street-level thug. He was an insider with direct access to the top echelon of the Genovese family. His knowledge of their structure, operations, and financial networks was unprecedented. Cafaro's testimony became a cornerstone of the commission case, the groundbreaking prosecution that targeted the leadership of New York's 5 families. His detailed accounts helped prosecutors prove that the Mafia was not just a collection of independent gangs, but a national criminal enterprise, a commission that governed organized crime across America. The case led to the conviction of Anthony Salerno, Carmine Persico, Anthony Tony Ducks Corallo, and other Mafia bosses, sending shockwaves through the underworld. What made Cafaro's cooperation so devastating was the accuracy and depth of his intelligence. He provided prosecutors with insight into how the Genovese family controlled unions, infiltrated legitimate industries, and used political connections to shield themselves from law enforcement. He also helped the FBI map the family's chain of command, a structure so secretive that even seasoned investigators had struggled to piece it together for decades. During his testimony, Cafaro described the Mafia as a government within a government, run by rules, rituals, and ruthless discipline. His calm, matter-of-fact delivery made his words all the more chilling. "We didn't need guns to control people," he said in one hearing. "Fear did the job." But his cooperation came with a heavy price. Like all high-ranking turncoats, Cafaro became a marked man. His betrayal enraged Gigante, who reportedly ordered his execution, though none of the attempts ever succeeded. For the rest of his life, Cafaro lived under a new identity in the Federal Witness Protection Program, constantly moving and living in secrecy. Despite his new life, the weight of betrayal never left him. In interviews years later, Cafaro expressed mixed feelings about turning informant. "I did what I had to do," he said. "They betrayed me first. I was loyal to the wrong people. To some, he was a coward who abandoned his brothers to save himself. To others, he was a man who exposed corruption that had long hidden behind codes of silence and fear." His cooperation helped prosecutors cripple the Genovese family's top leadership and paved the way for future Mafia cases under the RICO Act. It also inspired a new wave of federal strategies, turning high-level insiders into state witnesses who could unravel the inner workings of organized crime from the inside out. In the decades following his defection, Cafaro remained mostly out of public view, occasionally resurfacing through documents and interviews related to organized crime history. His name became synonymous with precision and credibility, even among law enforcement circles that often distrusted informants. Vincent Fish Cafaro didn't just betray the Genovese family, he dismantled its myth of invincibility. His testimony marked the end of the old-school Mafia era, when bosses ruled in secrecy and soldiers followed orders without question. After Cafaro, no one could fully trust the code again. He proved that in the Mafia, loyalty was conditional, silence was temporary, and survival always had a price. His betrayal echoed through the underworld as a reminder that even the quietest soldier could bring down an empire. Among the blood-soaked legends of the American Mafia, one name stands out not for violence, but for brilliance. Michael Francese, the mobster who made millions without firing a single shot, and then did the unthinkable. He walked away. Once a high-ranking captain in the Colombo crime family, Franzese built a criminal empire that rivaled legitimate corporations. Yet his story is not just about power or profit. It's about a man who defied the code of silence and lived to tell the tale. Born in 1951 in Brooklyn, New York, Michael Franzese was destined for the Mafia. His father, John "Sonny" Franzese, was one of the most feared underbosses of the Colombo family, a man whose name alone commanded respect and terror in equal measure. From a young age, Michael witnessed the intoxicating mix of wealth, danger and loyalty that defined Cosa Nostra. But unlike most mob sons, he didn't jump straight into the life. He studied pre-med at Hofstra University, aspiring to become a doctor. Fate, however, had other plans. When Sonny Franzese was sentenced to 50 years in prison for a bank robbery in the 1960s, Michael's dreams of a legitimate life crumbled. Angry and disillusioned, he stepped into the world his father had once ruled. By the early 1970s, he was officially inducted into the Colombo crime family, taking the oath of silence, the omertà, that bound him to the Mafia for life. Unlike many of his peers, Michael wasn't drawn to drugs or violence. His genius lay in white-collar crime, scams that were elegant, profitable, and almost invisible. He masterminded one of the largest gasoline tax fraud schemes in American history, manipulating government loopholes and fake shell companies to steal millions in unpaid fuel taxes. At its peak, his operation was generating more than $5 million per week, making Franzese one of the wealthiest mobsters alive. By the mid-1980s, Fortune magazine named him one of the 50 most wealthy and powerful mafia bosses in America. He owned luxury cars, mansions, a private jet, and interests in film production, car dealerships, and sports promotions. He rubbed elbows with Hollywood producers and athletes, bridging the gap between organized crime and mainstream culture. To the outside world, he was the gentleman mobster, intelligent, articulate, and dangerously charming. But behind the glamour, the Mafia world was unraveling. Federal investigators had begun targeting mob operations with unprecedented precision under the RICO Act, and Michael's gasoline scheme was drawing attention from both the FBI and rival families. In 1985, his empire began to collapse. Arrested and facing decades in prison, Franzese shocked everyone. He decided to cooperate with authorities, but not in the traditional sense. Unlike other Mafia informants, Franzese didn't testify against his family. Instead, he pleaded guilty, accepted his prison sentence, and quietly began distancing himself from the mob. During his incarceration, something unexpected happened. He fell deeply in love with Camille Garcia, a Christian woman and former dancer he'd met while filming a movie. Her faith and conviction changed him. Franzese began rethinking his life, his choices, and the blood-soaked world that had defined him. After his release, he did the impossible. He walked away from the Mafia entirely. Few believed it would last. "You don't just quit Cosa Nostra," one agent remarked. "You either die or disappear." But Franzese proved them wrong. He disappeared from the mob's radar and re-emerged as a motivational speaker, author, and advocate for criminal reform. His transformation stunned the underworld. While many ex-mobsters who left ended up dead, Franzese survived, protected not by the FBI, but by faith and anonymity. His story became a rare example of redemption in the world of organized crime. He began sharing his experiences through books, documentaries, and speeches, warning others about the illusion of the Mafia lifestyle. Still, his past never fully let him go. In interviews, he often spoke about the emotional toll of betrayal and guilt. "I hurt people," he admitted, not physically, but with my actions, my greed. You can't erase that. You can only change the man you become after his candor made him one of the few former mobsters respected by both law enforcement and ex-criminals alike. Michael's story also shed light on the inner evolution of the mafia, from violent street crimes to sophisticated financial rackets that mirrored corporate structures. His insights helped the public understand how organized crime had infiltrated industries most people assumed were clean. He exposed the deep corruption linking mob money to gas stations, construction, entertainment, and even politics. Despite his transformation, his decision to abandon Cosa Nostra remains one of the most dangerous moves in mafia history. Some mobsters viewed him as a traitor, others as a man who found a way out of a doomed life. Even decades later, the name Michael Franzese still commands attention, a man who broke every rule and survived every consequence. Today, Franzese continues to speak publicly about faith, redemption, and the high cost of crime. He's written several books, including Blood Covenant and I'll Make You an Offer You Can't Refuse, combining personal confessions with lessons on business ethics. His YouTube channel and media appearances attract millions of views, proof that society remains fascinated with those who once thrived in darkness but found their way to light. In the end, Michael Franzese's story isn't just about betrayal or crime, it's about escape and rebirth. He didn't turn government witness in the traditional sense, but he turned his back on the mafia world entirely. In doing so, he achieved something no other high-ranking mobster ever had. He left alive, wealthy, and free. Franzese's journey from mafia captain to redeemed man stands as one of the most extraordinary transformations in American criminal history, a tale of intelligence, courage, and spiritual awakening within the most dangerous fraternity on earth. Before there was Valachi or Gravano, before mafia turncoats became household names, there was Tommaso Buscetta, the man who shattered the Sicilian mafia's sacred vow of silence. Known as Don Massino, Buscetta was not a street thug or small-time criminal. He was a true mafioso, a man of honor raised within the rigid traditions of Cosa Nostra. Yet, when betrayal, violence, and loss consumed his world, he did the unthinkable. He told the truth. His decision would dismantle the most powerful crime organization in Italy and change the mafia forever. Born in 1928 in Palermo, Sicily, Buscetta grew up in the cradle of the mafia. The youngest of 17 children, he was drawn early to the shadowy allure of Cosa Nostra. In post-war Sicily, power and survival often came not through politics or business, but through allegiance to the mob. By his 20s, Buscetta had joined the Portella della Ginestra gang, running contraband and smuggling goods across the Mediterranean. His charm, intelligence, and ambition quickly set him apart. He wasn't a brute, he was a strategist. During the 1950s and 1960s, Buscetta rose within the ranks of the Sicilian mafia, eventually becoming a made man and trusted figure in the Porta Nuova family. His operations spanned Italy, Brazil, and the United States, where he forged alliances with the Gambino and Bonanno crime families. Buscetta was what the mafia called an old-school mafioso, a man who believed in discipline, respect, and the ancient code of omertà, the vow of silence that forbade members from speaking to the authorities. But the world of Cosa Nostra was changing. The 1970s brought the Second Mafia War, a violent purge led by Salvatore Toto Riina and the Corleonese faction. Ruthless men who slaughtered anyone standing in their way of total control. Hundreds of Buscetta's allies were murdered, including his sons, brothers, and close friends. The old honor system had been replaced by greed and bloodlust. For Buscetta, It was no longer the Cosa Nostra he had sworn to serve. In 1983, after being captured in Brazil and extradited to Italy, Buscetta faced a decision that would redefine his life and the Mafia's future. Facing possible execution at the hands of Rina's men, he decided to break the code of silence. In a secret meeting with Italian magistrate Giovanni Falcone, Buscetta began to speak. What he revealed would shake Italy to its core. Buscetta explained that Cosa Nostra was not a loose collection of gangs, but a structured criminal confederation with a governing body called the cupola, or commission. This revelation gave prosecutors the blueprint they needed to prove that the Mafia was not myth. It was an organized hierarchical system with a central command, capable of coordinating murders, smuggling, and political corruption. His testimony led to the historic Maxi trial, 1986 to 1992, in Palermo, the largest anti-mafia prosecution in world history. With over 475 defendants, the trial relied heavily on Buscetta's words. Sitting in a secure courtroom, he calmly identified killers, bosses, and politicians who had long operated in the shadows. His detailed testimony became the backbone of the case, resulting in over 300 convictions and permanently altering Italy's fight against organized crime. To the Italian public, Buscetta was both hero and traitor. Many saw him as the man who finally exposed the Mafia's rot, its lies, its fake honor, its hypocrisy. But to the Mafia itself, he was the ultimate infame, a rat, a man who betrayed the only family that had once protected him. The Corleonesi vowed revenge, launching a reign of terror that left prosecutors, judges, and witnesses dead across Italy. Yet Buscetta never saw himself as a traitor. "I did not betray Cosa Nostra," he told journalists. "Cosa Nostra betrayed me." For him, the organization that had once stood for brotherhood and loyalty had become a monster devouring its own. He believed he was saving the true spirit of the Mafia, even as he destroyed its physical form. After testifying in Italy, Buscetta entered the U.S. Witness Protection Program, living under assumed identities in various parts of America. He continued to provide information to both Italian and American law enforcement, helping to dismantle major heroin trafficking networks and exposing the Mafia's deep ties to business and politics. In his later years, Buscetta lived quietly, haunted by the past but proud of what his actions accomplished. He watched from afar as Italy continued to battle the remnants of the Mafia and mourned when Judge Giovanni Falcone, the man who had believed in him, was assassinated in 1992. That bombing, ordered by the same Mafia he had exposed, reaffirmed the monstrous power he had dared to challenge. When Tommaso Buscetta died in 2000, at age 71, he was buried under his real name, a symbol that his fear of the Mafia had finally faded. For law enforcement, he remained the most important informant in Mafia history, the first to pull back the curtain and expose the organization's true structure. For others, he was the man who ended the romantic myth of the Mafia, proving it to be not a brotherhood, but a brutal cartel. His courage paved the way for other informants to come forward, men like Salvatore Contorno, Gaspare Mutolo, and Giovanni Brusca, who continued his work against the Sicilian clans. But none ever matched Buscetta's impact. His betrayal didn't just destroy families, it dismantled the very foundation of Cosa Nostra's secrecy. In the world of organized crime, betrayal is the ultimate sin. Yet in Buscetta's case, that betrayal became the world's greatest weapon against one of history's most secretive criminal empires. Tommaso Buscetta's name remains a paradox: the traitor who brought justice, the mafioso who redeemed himself by telling the truth. His story stands as a dark legend in both crime and courage, proof that even in a world ruled by silence, one voice can bring down an empire. In the neon-lit heart of Las Vegas, a city built on sin, secrets, and silence, no one knew its dark underbelly better than Frank Culotta. Once a feared hitman and career criminal, Culotta lived by the code of the Chicago Outfit, the powerful crime syndicate that secretly ruled the city's casinos. But after decades of loyalty, violence, and bloodshed, he became one of the most infamous mafia informants in American history, tearing open the curtain that hid organized crime's grip on Las Vegas. Born in 1938 in Chicago, Illinois, Culotta grew up in the shadow of mob legends. His father was a small-time thief, his neighborhood a breeding ground for future gangsters. By his teenage years, Frank was already committing burglaries and armed robberies with his childhood best friend, a name that would one day terrify even hardened criminals, Anthony "Tony the Ant" Spilotro. The two boys were inseparable, bound by ambition, danger, and blood. As adults, they joined the Chicago Outfit, where Spilotro rose rapidly through the ranks under the fearsome boss Tony Accardo. Culotta, ever loyal, followed him into the heart of the mob's Western Empire, Las Vegas, the city of lights and lies. It was the 1970s, the golden age of mob control, when casinos were skimmed for millions, law enforcement looked the other way, and money flowed as freely as blood. Culotta and Spilotro became the core of what the FBI would later call the hole-in-the-wall gang, a crew of mobsters and burglars who broke into jewelry stores, homes, and businesses across Vegas. Their nickname came from their signature method, smashing holes through walls to bypass alarms and vaults. The gang operated with ruthless efficiency, making millions for the Chicago bosses while keeping Vegas under tight mob control. But the friendship between Spilotro and Culotta, once built on trust, began to fracture. Spilotro's paranoia grew as the FBI closed in, and rumors spread that he planned to eliminate Culotta to cover his tracks. Culotta knew what that meant. No one survived a cleanup ordered by the outfit. Facing possible murder at the hands of his best friend, he made a choice few in the mafia ever dared. He flipped. In 1982, after being arrested by the FBI for a string of burglaries, Culotta agreed to cooperate. His decision sent shockwaves through the outfit and terrified the Las Vegas underworld. For the first time, law enforcement had an insider who had seen everything, from mob hits to casino skimming operations that had stolen hundreds of millions of dollars from legitimate businesses. Culotta's testimony became one of the FBI's most powerful weapons in dismantling organized crime's influence in Las Vegas. He revealed how mob families from Chicago, Kansas City, Milwaukee, and Cleveland secretly owned casino shares, manipulated gaming licenses, and funneled untaxed profits back to the Midwest. His information exposed a criminal network that stretched from Vegas to the halls of political power. Most famously, Culotta testified in the Kansas City mob trials of the mid-1980s, helping convict major figures involved in the Stardust and Fremont casino skimming operations. His insider knowledge also confirmed much of the intelligence that agents had gathered over years of wiretaps and surveillance. Without Culotta, prosecutors might never have fully proven the extent of the mob's control over the Las Vegas Strip. But betrayal came with a price. Once word spread that Culotta had turned informant, Tony Spilotro, the man who once called him brother, ordered his execution. Culotta was placed under heavy federal protection, his identity changed, and his family relocated. Only months later, Spilotro himself was found brutally murdered, beaten and buried alive in an Indiana cornfield, a grim reminder of the outfit's savage justice. Carlotta's cooperation not only helped end the mob's dominance in Vegas, it also rewrote the city's mythology. To the public, Las Vegas had always been glamorous, but through Carlotta's words, the world saw the rot beneath the glitter, corruption, violence, and the relentless greed that built America's Sin City. In the years after his testimony, Carlotta became an unlikely celebrity. He entered the witness protection program, but later resurfaced under his real name, embracing his past instead of hiding from it. He worked as a consultant for the 1995 film Casino, directed by Martin Scorsese, which was based on Nicholas Pileggi's book about the Chicago outfit's reign in Vegas. Actor Frank Vincent portrayed a character inspired by Carlotta, while Carlotta himself served as a technical advisor, ensuring every mob scene was authentic. He also gave interviews, wrote books, and even launched a true crime YouTube channel where he recounted his life inside the Mafia with chilling detail. His blunt honesty and sharp memory made him a sought-after storyteller, drawing millions fascinated by the brutal truths behind the Mafia's golden era. Still, Carlotta never romanticized his past. "I was a thief, a killer, and a crook," he once said. "I hurt people. I took from people. I don't expect forgiveness. I just tell it how it was." His candor set him apart from other former mobsters who tried to glamorize the life they once led. For Carlotta, the Mafia wasn't about honor or loyalty. It was about money, fear, and survival. Until his death in 2020, Frank Carlotta remained one of the few high-ranking Mafia insiders who had lived long enough to see both sides of the life, the power and the punishment. He died in Las Vegas, the city he helped build through crime and later helped redeem through truth. Carlotta's legacy is paradoxical. He was a killer who became a teacher, a criminal who exposed criminals, and a living reminder that even the most hardened gangsters could fear their own code. His betrayal didn't just bring down mobsters, it marked the end of the Mafia's golden grip on Las Vegas. In the end, Frank Carlotta's story stands as a haunting testament to the cost of loyalty and the power of truth. For decades, the mob ruled the City of Lights, but it took one of their own, a man born in its shadows, to finally drag its secrets into the open. For more than a century, the Mafia ruled through fear, loyalty, and silence. Its strength lay not just in violence, but in the unbreakable code that bound every member to secrecy, the ancient oath of Omerta. To speak to the authorities was to die. To betray the family was to vanish. Yet, in time, men who once lived and killed by that code would become the very instruments of its destruction. From Joe Valachi to Frank Carlotta, Mafia informants didn't just expose their own criminal empires. They rewrote the history of organized crime forever. The Mafia's power had always depended on mystery. For decades, law enforcement could only guess how deeply its roots ran through cities like New York, Chicago, Palermo, and Las Vegas. Politicians, police, and the press whispered about the mob's influence, but few could prove it. Then, one by one, the insiders began to talk. Valachi in 1963, Buscetta in 1984, Gravano in 1991, and dozens more who followed. Each man carried with him forbidden knowledge, names, operations, rituals, and hierarchies that had once been untouchable. When Joe Valachi testified before the U.S. Senate, America got its first real glimpse of the Cosa Nostra, not as a collection of small-time crooks, but as a national criminal organization governed by rules, commissions, and bosses. His revelations led to the RYCO Act, giving prosecutors the legal power to dismantle entire syndicates instead of chasing individual crimes. In one moment of betrayal, Valachi opened the floodgates for decades of law enforcement victories. 2 decades later, Tommaso Buscetta would do for Italy what Valachi had done for America. His cooperation with Judge Giovanni Falcone not only exposed the internal structure of the Sicilian mafia, but also proved that it operated as a single, unified network with political influence reaching into the highest offices. His courage led to the Maxi trial, which convicted hundreds of mobsters and signaled the beginning of the mafia's decline in Europe. As the years went on, a pattern emerged. Every major mafia downfall could be traced to an insider who chose survival over silence. Sammy the Bull Gravano brought down the legendary John Gotti. Michael Francesi dismantled financial scams worth millions. Frank Culotta revealed the dark truth behind Las Vegas glitzy casinos. These men, once killers and thieves, became narrators of their own damnation, their words turning into weapons sharper than any blade. But informants didn't only change law enforcement, they changed culture. Their stories became movies, documentaries, and best-selling books. Films like Goodfellas, Casino, and Donnie Brasco transformed the mafia from a secretive network into a global fascination. The world that once hid in alleyways and backrooms now lived on screens and in headlines. The myth of the honorable gangster was shattered, replaced by the brutal truth told by the men who'd lived it. Still, the transformation came at a terrible cost. To become an informant was to erase one's identity. Every defector faced death sentences from their former families. Many entered the witness protection program, leaving behind their homes, names, and loved ones. Some lived in constant fear. Others, like Buscetta and Gravano, spoke publicly despite the danger. A few, like Francesi, managed to rebuild their lives and find redemption. But most died in isolation, haunted by guilt and regret. The betrayal of the mafia from within also transformed law enforcement. The FBI's organized crime divisions, the Italian Anti-Mafia Commission, and countless international task forces learned to exploit the power of testimony. They discovered that the mafia's greatest weakness was not its greed or violence, it was human emotion. Love, fear, anger, and revenge could all turn loyalty into confession. The FBI didn't need to torture secrets out of mobsters. They just needed to find the right ones willing to talk. By the early 2000s, the mafia's influence had diminished drastically. Its structure was fractured, its leadership decimated, and its once sacred code of silence reduced to a whisper. Informants had made sure that no secret stayed buried forever. Even the Sicilian clans that once seemed immortal were crippled by internal betrayal. Every new generation that tried to rebuild the mob was met with the same fatal weakness. Someone always broke. Yet despite the mafia's decline, the legacy of those informants remains deeply controversial. Some see them as heroes of justice, men who sacrificed everything to expose evil. Others view them as traitors without honor, men who committed atrocities and then betrayed their brothers to save themselves. The truth, perhaps, lies somewhere in between. Most didn't act out of morality or courage. They acted out of desperation. But in doing so, they gave law enforcement the tools to end a criminal empire that had ruled for a century. Their stories serve as a mirror reflecting both the brutality and fragility of human nature. They remind us that even in a world built on silence, truth has a voice, that every empire, no matter how secret or powerful, can crumble from within. Today, the mafia still exists, but it is a shadow of what it once was. Its operations are quieter, its influence more hidden, its loyalty more fragile. And in the archives of the FBI, the Italian Carabinieri, and countless courtrooms, the voices of men like Valachi, Buscetta, and Culotta still echo, confessions written in fear, inked in betrayal, and sealed with blood. Their decisions changed not only organized crime, but the course of justice itself. The Mafia once believed that silence was strength. These men proved that truth, even whispered, can bring down kings. And so, the era of the Mafia's unbreakable code ended not with a gunshot, but with a sentence. I have something to say.